What is up, y'all, and welcome to this episode of Atheist Helpline, February 4th. But the arguments, the subjects have yet to come, because we are in for some theist fun. So what is up, y'all? And don't forget to like, follow, subscribe, send love out to James W. Don't forget to hit that bell icon, because once you do that, it sends you reminders to see our premieres or join our live streams. Like I can say hello to everyone. What is up, wonderful people? What is up, Fenton? What is up, Flum? What is up, davegar? That's right. It is early in the morning for me. I probably should start doing more of these. I'm trying to do some stuff early so that I know Randolph is on time. And so if I put up something and I'm late to it, but it's still earlier than when Randolph goes live, then I'm doing good. I beat the system, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just teasing. I love Randolph and Taco and Tom and Ix, and it's a really good mix over there. I really do wish that I could talk to my old, I'm trying now, I don't know why his name escapes me right now, but he became a Catholic, and he used to be a conservative atheist. Fuckus Newman, what's up, Shane? Oh, and I updated the list out there for channel membership, at least on YouTube. It is updated, and there's a lot of channel members, which is kind of amazing. I'm sending so much love out to all the channel members out there and our evolving badge system and our subscribers. Sending love to viewers, to everybody. What's up, Jerry? King Xerxes. And I'm not, that wasn't just like a slight, that is more my memory just not being good. And, you know, I actually like when we have atheists of all different political avenues, because it gives us a way to attack the religions in different ways. Sometimes you need the secular liberal going out there and being able to just explain why slavery is terrible. And sometimes I guess you just need a fiscal conservative trying to communicate to the religious conservative why religion is not needed. Now, I don't know why King Xerxes converted to Catholicism. I can only imagine it has to deal with certain traditions. But I'm not convinced by any sort of those arguments. Maybe we'll get some of those today. Hey, Shane is like, where's my members only jacket? We need to make jackets only because I like things that I could make my wardrobe expand even more. If Rachel were hearing this, she'd be like, no, we don't. But that's okay. Sending so much love out there, Shane. We need to make more stuff that we can wear. I have all sorts of like our Skeptic Bible study and our other stuff that I should probably buy and wear, and then that would help people know it exists. But sending so much love out there to everyone. Keep on sending hi. In a second, I'm going to jump over there so I'm not late. But we are going over to the Discords. Here we go. We have the join stage. I'm trying to think. Oh, I should do like as quick a shout out as possible. These are the updated, faster. Well, these are the fast versions because I really need to get my butt over there. But lot of ways you can send support. We have super chats, super thanks if you're in the future. We have our evolving badge system, the Triggers Creationist, and ever expanding, sending so much love out there, as well as our Patreons. And I'll send the link out there. But generally, just sending love out to our supporters, sending love like Azo, sending love like Rachel and davegar and Dale Pastel and Chris Disciple, and sending love to Regis and Ian Davenport. Thank you guys so much. All right. I have done enough shilling, but it also allowed me to set up Discord. Woo! Let's go to share screen. We'll do entire screen. We'll do join stage. Oh, hold on. I gotta set it up right for me. There we go.
Right.
Oh, I can hear you now. Great.
Ah, you fixed it. Good.
I just restarted. Discord's being really weird about microphones. It's not following system settings, and that's kind of screwing things up. Normally,
that's what I was. You got to go into the Discord settings because it's all wonky all the time.
Well, yeah, it's a screwball thing. But I need a few minutes to get set up here, so we'll probably start 5 minutes late.
Well, I have to start the event here in a second, or it's not going to work. So I got to do this here in like 2 seconds, regardless. But we can delay the start a few minutes. But I got to hit this button.
Yeah, no problem. I just entertain them with the game, and then I'll start announcing the start in a moment. I need a couple of minutes here to get things set up because I've been screwing around with microphones all this time.
Oh my!
What's going on, Amy?
Hi, Amy. Hi.
Sounds kinky.
Exactly.
I did send Anthony Magda and got him on this Discord. Hopefully he'll join us. I don't think he's going to join us today, but I tried to get him to pop in here.
That'd be awesome.
So, yeah, if Anthony Magdabosco shows up, I'm pulling him in here, but he probably won't. But I did leave him like an open invitation.
That way we can get some good Socratic method going on.
Oh, I love Anthony Magdabosco. He's so awesome. He hasn't done a bunch of YouTube videos recently, but like I watched him for years, and he was a big influence at first. Unfortunately, it's not as effective with theists online as it is in person, I'm sure.
Yeah, doing it in real life is a lot of fun.
Theists generally say way crazier shit online than they would ever say in person.
Well, that's true too.
Debatable.
Bro, they share the same reality we do. I sincerely doubt they say any of that crazy shit in real life.
So, have you seen my live stream with the flat earther that just stopped around the lake, recorded me talking to a flat earther?
I need to now that you stop talking. I need to.
Yeah, flat earthers are pretty crazy.
Get those street preachers on the corner talking about hell. Get them to talk about the evil babies that got drowned, and how it's totally fine because they were all evil babies.
Hey, everybody in the audience. We'll be starting in just a minute. Randolph's having some technical difficulties this morning, so we're just chilling and chatting right now, but we'll be starting here in the next few minutes.
What's up, tsumami?
Now that you mentioned that, I gotta watch that. That sounds really good.
Working my hands to the bone.
Yeah, that does sound good.
Did you see the Flat Earth AMA we had here like a week ago? Maybe it was earlier this week.
I wish I did. I've been staying away from the Flat Earth stuff because it's just so boring.
He said something about science. The dude, he said something about science, and I just like I was just listening, but I linked the definition in chat of the scientific method or science, whatever, in response to whatever he was talking about, right? And it was like directly contradicting what he was saying about science, and I thought it was so fucking funny. It's like, bro doesn't even read definitions. He just operates from like his own imaginary set of definitions that don't actually cohere with reality.
The way most of them work is that they are religious and they don't want to argue from a religious position. And so they do it because they think God, but they basically just spend most of their energy just denying science.
Sorry, you said they work?
Not
What?
sure about that either. No, sending love to... Hey, you see, I have a love-hate relationship because I know that on one hand, they're conspiracy theorists because they feel rejected by society. But on the other hand, what they say is ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. Valid point.
That's a very nice way to put it.
You ready, Randolph?
I just need 2 or 3 more minutes here. I'm almost got it set up here.
Cool. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll start doing posts in all the rooms and doing an announcement. I get this announcement ready.
Yeah, I'm going as fast as I can here.
However, don't go 88 miles an hour.
What is that in kilometers?
I'm not sure, but I just know that if we go that, we can go back to the future.
Oh, yes, that's a very good reference.
You see, folks, what's important is I make myself laugh. And yes, it's true. They're often rejected because they're conspiracy theorists, but
Our esteemed group of atheists is backing accepting all evidence of goblins. How does that sound?
my.
That sounds interesting.
You also have to disallow Shrek from evidence. Oh, that's an ogre. Okay, we're safe.
Okay, I should be in less than a minute here. Hopefully I can get logged into this and it'll be ready. Thank you for your patience.
I think all evidence of goblins and supernatural things sounds better. That'll include God concepts.
They both have the equal amount of evidence, or good evidence, so...
Hey, I'm not seeing the Heathen Hangout chat.
I forgot to open that up. I'll do that right now, sorry.
Oh, no problem.
It is open now.
It should show up in just a moment for me.
I think it was 55.
There it is. I just have to adjust one
Was it
thing.
50?
Yeah, we'll be ready. I'm going to go ahead and start it now.
All right, I'm doing the post.
Here we go.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining the Theist Helpline. We're here today on February 4th, 2024, and we're really glad that everybody's here, tuned in. Looking forward to another great show. See, Taco's got some video games on the screen here. Hopefully that keeps people also entertained at the same time. So your friendly and helpful hosts of the Theist Helpline are, in alphabetical order, Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love. She's a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary, biology-inspired computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton, it's all in the reflexes, is a self-described middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist and is mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in thoroughly analyzing and reviewing debates, often from the comfort of his lazy boy chair. Extra page. All right. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist activist from British Columbia, Canada, and I advocate for the equality and normalization of people who don't believe in deities, which entails advocating for fair justice, freedom, and critical thinking. I'm also the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, a national organization that promotes atheism and agnosticism as culturally common aspects of Canadian society. We hope that catches on around the world too, as it seems to be. Taco, the visionary organizer of the Theist Helpline, is a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. And finally, T-Jump, Tom Jump, is the founder of an atheist church called the Church of the Best Possible World, which is based on his model of objective morality. It has the goal of doing what Abrahamic churches should be doing, but are not, helping people by providing affordable housing. And if you would like links to this Church of the Best Possible World and other resources from our other hosts, please feel free to join us at www.theisthelpline.com. And you just click on the About Us link and you will find all the information you need there. So I guess we should get started. Did anybody have anything they wanted to announce before we begin?
I do need to clarify because you've read this 2 times and I actually did lose a debate recently. So
we need to do an update.
Oh, yeah, we need to update that because I did. So I debated this dude in here on an official debate, unfortunately, about whether it was more likely that Muhammad was high as shit on shrooms or whether it was more likely that he received revelation from an angel. And I truly in my heart know that I destroyed that individual, but I got voted the loser.
Well, you know, the thing I like about this is the honesty. So what we'll do, maybe just send me a text message later and we'll get the update worded the way you want it and we'll make sure it's accurate. For sure. I see we have our first guest online here, Full Metal. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
I just unserver muted you, so please don't abuse that. Welcome up. Welcome.
Ooh.
Well, I was going to use ChatGPT for my arguments, so maybe I should just go.
Damn.
You can use ChatGPT if you think you can render it effectively and if it's sound, you know.
So I will say that we do very much appreciate you informing us that you are using artificial intelligence technology. So thank you for mentioning that. So let's give it a try.
Yeah, my religion was created by ChatGPT, and it's the fastest growing and most based religion in the world, right?
And little well-known fact, I was raised by ChatGPT. Like, I don't
Um,
Okay, so you have some kind of a reasoning that should convince any of us that a goddess or a god exists? We'd love to hear it.
yeah. You know Cuss and that.
Hassanet. Okay, not personally.
Oh.
Is that somebody on Discord?
No, it's a Twitch streamer.
Oh yeah, I don't use Twitch. I don't like their policy of excluding people from expressing themselves freely by broadcasting on YouTube at the same time. So,
They changed that like 3 months ago.
it took them a long time. I might have to reconsider then.
I'm not sure who.
Yeah,
you
I had
got
I had
either.
the same contention, but I found out they changed that recently when I provided somebody the same response.
They probably lost a lot of users. So anyway, Full Metal, what is the argument? Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me get that prompt fired up. Oh wait.
If you're having some technical difficulties, we can come back to you later.
Yeah, you can come back to me later. I'm having some technical difficulties.
Yeah, okay. So Full Metal needs some time to get things sorted out and get, I guess, getting AI to cooperate can sometimes be like herding cats because it
sure.
has a non-mind of its own. Thank you, Full Metal. We'll bring you back up on stage a little later, and let's see who's next here.
You could
I've got
also say ChatGPT said there is no God.
Oh, maybe that's the technical problem.
It's probably saying it's a matter of subjective opinion or something, because I've ran some prompts on it like that. What's up, Shylov?
Yeah, I just want to ask. It says here, our esteemed group of atheists is back and accepting all evidence of goblins and other supernatural things. Are you that retarded that you think goblins are supernatural?
Oh, they're natural goblins. Of course.
I don't know. I've never seen a goblin. I'm just saying.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
There's equally as much evidence that goblins are supernatural as that God is supernatural.
Indeed.
What do you mean by supernatural there?
Whatever the last guy was talking about when he was complaining that he.
By
he
that,
thought
do you mean there's like
goblins
some
were
sort of
supernatural.
existential like quantification over it?
Did you not just listen to what I just said? So the previous speaker was complaining that we said goblins were supernatural. So whatever he means by supernatural, the argument holds that there's equally as much evidence God is supernatural as goblins are.
Well, it's weird to me because you don't have epistemic access to like his proprietary or idiosyncratic usage of the language. So I don't know why you're using this like nomenclature here. It's just going to be like sesquipedalianist, right?
No, you're a dumbass. So it's a clearly reflective argument. So he's making a claim that the assertion that goblins are supernatural is ridiculous. And I'm making the reflective claim that his assertion that God is supernatural is equally ridiculous. So none of the actual meanings of what he means by the term matters, because the claim is that there's equally as much evidence for both, regardless of what he means by the term. So pull your head out of your ass, dumbass. You have been owned.
So just to be clear, right? If we're saying that there's some sort of calm down, okay? I don't know if you usually like start at the beginning of your sentence in the middle of others, but that's very weird. So we're gonna try this one more time, T-Jump. I don't know why you're being...
No.
You guys, Shane, you are right.
Yeah. So wait, I just want to know if you have an argument for that.
I probably should
This is
call
not
that
your
out, or
stage.
someone
This is
should
our
have
stage.
called it
Okay,
out.
you don't want to
You
give an
have an
argument for that. You just want to
argument for
dodge.
God.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah, I can give an argument. Yeah, I can get. Yeah, absolutely, I can give an argument for God.
Go ahead, Pete. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, just to be clear, right, the way that I'm going to be defining God is going to be the atemporal, unconditional precondition, which is going to be necessarily non-contingent, universally ultimate, that instantiates and secures the truth value propositions. And then, so the argument for God is just going to be the negation of such would, conceptually entail at least one set of synthetic predicates, which would negate its modal accessibility, and thus have a conjunct of the truth value of all propositions, and their negation entailed, via valence not being intrinsic to valence relations.
No, it's false. It doesn't. You can.
Oh, which one? Which proposition?
All of them. You can just say no.
Which proposition?
Is a precondition of anything. It's like nope, there is no such precondition.
That's a definition. That's an analytic truth, dipshit.
You're
lost. You don't even know what to object to. You're embarrassing yourself. Everybody thinks you look better right now, T-Jump. Just which proposition do you disagree with?
I crushed your dumbass.
I'm curious. Did you do the work to rule out multiple gods and goddesses?
Sure. We can get to that, but like T-Jump's saying it's all false. I'm just wanting to know like which part is he saying false?
Your whole argument is false. Like it's very clear when you said that there is a necessary precondition, and if you reject it, it entails some kind of synthetic truth. Like no, it doesn't.
Okay, do you know what the claim is, T-Jump? Because that's not the claim.
I literally just said the claim.
No, I said that's not the claim.
Your argument was.
I said you're confused. If you just to be clear, that's not the claim.
Stop talking. You said that if you reject this precondition or intelligibility that you assert as God, which is stupid, you don't, definitely not the correct definition, but okay. If you reject that, it has contradiction of some kind, does not entail a contradiction, so your argument's debunked there. And it also entails some kind of a synthetic truth. Like it does not entail any of those things. You can reject that there is a precondition for anything, very simply, without any such entailments whatsoever. So your whole argument has been debunked.
Yeah, so the first thing that you said is that the definition isn't true. I don't know what the fuck that means, right?
No, I did not say that.
Yeah, that's what you said. It's not the right definition.
Right. So your definition of God is bullshit. It's incoherent. It has contradictions in it. Therefore, it is not.
What's the contradiction?
There's lots of contradictions. You're going with the precept definition, right? So
What?
the fact that it requires a precondition for intelligibility, that itself is a contradiction.
I didn't say anything about intelligibility. What are you talking about?
You did.
No, I didn't.
For what are the preconditions? Yes, you did.
Is your monkey brain just lighting up because you heard like?
Right. Next.
No, Shane,
Owned.
you're not extra sensitive. We should call people out for using that word.
Interesting character.
We should also call people
Hello,
out when
Kasan.
people use
Welcome. Thank you for
autism
joining us.
as an insult
what's
or
on your mind today?
in a negative light.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Sunday and praise be to the triune God, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. How are you all?
Oh, here we go.
Doing pretty good. Are you going to present an argument to convince us that a god or a goddess is real, or I guess it's going to be
Well,
God?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd be more interested in just having a general conversation about it. Is that okay? Or are you only accepting syllogisms at this point?
No, that's okay. Go ahead. Why don't you start? Hopefully, it's not preachy.
Okay. So this is the Theist Helpline. So I was thinking that it seems like you're trying to put the onus on us to prove God, but I don't know why shouldn't I believe in the truth claims of Jesus Christ?
Well, it's not that we're putting an onus of justification onto you. The thing is that when somebody makes a claim that there is a deity, a god that's real, they are voluntarily taking on a burden of justification. So, because it's a claim.
Yeah, but once you object to that claim, then isn't it your duty to state the grounds for your objection?
Sure. So
Well, not necessarily.
we shouldn't believe things with no evidence. You have no evidence, therefore you shouldn't believe in God.
Well, I guess it would depend on what you believe as evidence. I mean, one person may believe that evidence of a rape is testimony of people, of eyewitnesses, and another person may dismiss it as non-evidence. So to say we don't have any evidence, I think, is just disingenuous. I would prefer that you at least look at the evidence and then decide whether it's reliable or not. Have you looked at any of the evidence for the New Testament?
There'd be sufficient
Yes.
evidence.
But just to clarify, when I say it's not about a matter of opinion. So whether some person thinks something is evidence doesn't matter. It doesn't count as evidence because some person thinks it's evidence. What counts as evidence is if it increases the probability that the conclusion is true. And so that's an objective claim. Opinions literally make no difference whatsoever, which is why you need an objective standard like science to actually do that.
Well, evidence by definition is the available body of facts or information indicating whether a belief or proposition is true or valid. So if I say that I am the tooth fairy and my evidence is a note that I wrote to say I'm the tooth fairy, technically that's evidence. Now, is it
is not
very good evidence? No, it's not very good evidence. But technically I could present that as evidence, which would then rightly be dismissed. So the point I'm trying to make is just by saying that, well, since this thing doesn't meet my standard of evidence, what I believe is objective or what I believe is a fact, then it's not evidence. I don't think that that's fair or reasonable.
Again, you're stuck on this opinions thing. Opinions do not matter, and no, that note would not be evidence because it does not indicate the truth of the proposition. Assertions are not indications of truth. Indications means there has to be some kind of correlation in reality of certain facts that would lead to that conclusion being true. Written on a note does not in any way indicate any truth to that in reality. So no, that would not be evidence. There isn't a subjective standard. It's objective. And you would need to provide actual evidence of correlations in reality of actual facts that would indicate the truth, not a note.
And if I could just add on to what you said, agreeing with T-Jump and then backing off of the tooth fairy, can I ask if you think that the Jesus miracles are closer to reality or closer to fairy tale?
Oh, no, they're definitely, there obviously are reality. But if you're asking if this kind of thing happens every day and if it's normal, no, absolutely not. It can only be done by someone who's God. who's come in the form of a man. So, no, I don't expect to see, oh, well, I'm only going to believe the truth claims and the miracles of Jesus Christ if I can see a miracle in a laboratory. I mean, I'm just not going to do that.
Well,
I think
I didn't ask for, a laboratory, but when I think of people having virgin births, I think closer to Tooth Fairy than I do reality.
right. Well, that's because of your presupposition that only the natural world exists.
No, that
I
is,
don't have the same presupposition.
whoa, there's no presupposition there. It's simply just basic evidence. Like, there is evidence of natural births occurring. There is no evidence of supernatural births occurring. You're asserting that one did in the past, but there's no evidence of that. And so the only evidence that exists is of the natural world. Therefore, it is not a presupposition. It's because it's not based off of some kind of assumption prior to looking at evidence. That's what presupposition means. It's based on the evidence. So based on the evidence, the only rational conclusion is there are only natural births. Until you could go into a lab and show some kind of supernatural causation of births, and then you could say, oh, look, we discovered supernatural birthation. Then you could infer that maybe, oh, there was another supernatural birth in the past. You've discovered in the present that there is such a thing. So you have a presupposition that supernatural births are possible. We have cases of evidence that they are not possible, as far as we can tell. So you have a presupposition that is based on nothing. We have evidence.
No, I disagree. I would say that all of us have presuppositions. This is something that Van Til spoke of very clearly.
No presuppositions.
And is accepted by all philosophers. There's certain things that you cannot validate in your worldview without using circular reasoning or begging the question. It's just a necessary component of a worldview, of an epistemology. And different people have different epistemologies. You seem to be an empiricist. Can I finish my statement?
No, because you said several things there I want to address first. So first is, no, philosophers don't agree with Van Til. They most of them think Van Til is a moron. They don't agree with pretty much anything he said. They don't agree with the thing that you need presuppositions. The fact that you need circular reasoning to justify a position isn't a presupposition. Those are not the same things. So the things you said literally don't correspond to any of the words and how they're used in philosophy. So no, I don't have any presuppositions. And yes, you can go just fine without presuppositions. They're not that hard, but that doesn't make a difference here, because I didn't say anything about presuppositions there. I said, we have evidence that births happen naturally. You have no evidence they happen supernaturally. So you have a presupposition about births. We do not have a presupposition about births. So whether or not there are other presuppositions is irrelevant. It doesn't make a difference. The point here is that there is a justified reason to think births are natural. There is no reason to think they are supernatural.
T-Jump, prove to me that you exist.
Oy vey.
I don't need to, because that's not a part of the argument here. So again, I made an argument. You claimed that you believe in a supernatural birth. It's fine. And then you claimed we have a presupposition, which is why we reject it. That's false. Like, no, that's a stupid thing to say. We reject that because there is no evidence of that. You accept it based off of your presupposition, which has no evidence. So for something to be a presupposition, you have to assume it's true before the argument with no evidence. There you go, presupposition. So you have a presupposition births are possible based off nothing. That's stupid. That's a dumb way to think. We have an evidence-based position on this one topic. We're only talking about this topic about births. Now, other things, I can debunk you on all of the other topics as well, but I want to stick to the birth thing because that was your evidence, that there are supernatural births. We do not reject them because of a presupposition. We reject them because there's no evidence. And you accept them because of a presupposition. So why do you think that is evidence?
Well, I don't agree with what you're saying. I don't believe that you don't have a presupposition. I think that's essential into making my argument.
I just debunked that. So in the case of births, there isn't a presupposition. I'm not presupposing births are natural. I've seen it. There's lots of evidence births are natural. There is no presupposition that I have that births is natural. It's a thing based off past evidence. Therefore, by definition, it cannot be a presupposition. Whether I have other presuppositions makes no difference. I don't care. It's irrelevant to the argument. In this one thing, there is no presupposition. No, it is. It literally is.
No, it's really not. I just debunked you.
No, you didn't. No, so it doesn't make a difference if I presuppose. No, because I already debunked you, and I have no interest in hearing about your failed argument. So if you have to presuppose births are supernatural, and if I presuppose everything else but that, You still have one more presupposition than I do. Your position is more stupid. So I don't care about any of the pre-existing garbage that you think you know about presuppositionalism. You don't, you're wrong. Let's just focus on the birth thing. We don't presuppose births are natural. We see it. We have past evidence of it. No, I see it. I've seen it. I've seen births. We have evidence of them. We can go to the hospital. We can go see a natural birth right now. This is not a presupposition. Literally see it, not presupposition.
I've seen my kids get born.
Of course it is. So while you going to a hospital and seeing a birth may not be the presupposition, the very axiom and presupposition that you assert that you exist is predicated.
It's not relevant to this argument. You're done. You're done on that topic.
Yeah.
You're done on that topic.
Right. Well, you're running
we're
away.
Sticking on the birth. We're sticking on the birth. So I can see a birth naturally.
Interesting. You don't know that.
Debunked you.
You can't prove that.
I literally
Can you prove it?
I can go see it. I can prove it to myself just fine, but I don't really care because here's the point. We have evidence of natural births. You have no evidence of supernatural births. Therefore, our position is justified. Your position is bullshit. And you having to try to backpedal to some kind of foundational epistemology is just showing that you're a dumbass because you don't have any way to justify the greater claim of the actual birth. You have nothing. You have literally nothing to support the supernatural birth.
Is it possible for you to act like a gentleman for 5 minutes and not?
Only if you can stay on topic.
I've been nothing but respectful to you this entire time. I don't really think that's necessary.
Well, it would be respectful if you could stay on topic and stop trying to deflate to some kind of unrelated axiomatic claims that don't actually address the claim.
I'm sorry, but in a conversation, you can't just expect the other person to agree with everything you claim to have debunked. That's the whole point of a debate. Is that I don't agree with certain things that you've made a conclusion about. I'd like to talk about them a little more, and you're not allowing me to.
That's right, because they're off topic. So the topic is the births. You claim there's a supernatural birth, and you claimed you don't accept it because of the presupposition.
I said, yes, presupposition that only the material world exists.
And that's wrong.
Can you prove that only the material world exists?
I don't need to. I don't care if only the material world exists.
You don't. Okay, then I don't need to prove. I don't need to prove a virgin birth then. Perfect.
No, that again is you going off the track and not following the logic. So if we have evidence,
you don't want to prove what you're saying. Why should I prove what I'm saying?
Wait. What I'm saying, I'm happy to prove what I'm saying. I'm saying is we have evidence of natural births. That's it. That is the full claim. We have evidence of natural births. So
and we have evidence
I
of
can't prove that.
supernatural virginal birth.
We do not. Where is that?
In the New Testament.
That is not evidence. The fact that it is written on a sheet of paper is not evidence.
I'm willing to sacrifice my life for that.
But that's actually evidence that it's mythic structure, that it happened because very specifically it had to happen to form a religion, but most likely she had sex because that's how you make babies.
So you're
when we're looking,
you're willing to die for a book that is a claim.
I'm willing to die for the God of this world, yes, and the Son of God, yeah. So when we look at the evidence, right? One thing we have to do is we have to put it into historical context. So we have to say, what would constitute evidence from, over 2,000 years ago? How, if this virgin birth happened, how would you have proof of it? Would you have a picture? Would you have a video? Or would sufficient proof be millions and millions of people believing that this thing happened, attesting to it, and the very preponderers or the persons that spoke about this event happening were literally willing to sacrifice and die for this information. There seems to be no reason that they would do this of their own. They got nothing out of it, like Muhammad, who was made a god king, was able to have multiple wives, took over countries. What did the apostles or the early Christians get other than death, murder, and having to be excommunicated from their families and their religion?
Well,
I just don't know why they would make this up.
They could have just thought that it was true, or they were trying to found a religion. There are many reasons why people do what they do, but it doesn't mean they have to have been lying. They could have just been wrong.
There's two things there. One is that they thought they were getting an infinite reward in heaven, and if they turned away from God, they would be rejected from heaven. So yeah, they actually did think they were getting an infinite reward, but it's irrelevant. I don't care. So none of that matters. No. Specifically in the Bible, it says if you deny God, you will be rejected when you entrance into heaven. So they couldn't do it. So they actually got a bunch of reward.
So
They
to
were
follow
giving
the
infinite
false
reward.
Messiah would
So
lead
they had
them to hell.
infinite reward. Stop. They had infinite reward offered
already
to them
had
if they went through that. No, they didn't. So
Or if
but
they
that's
just
irrelevant.
say
I don't care. 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 So why do Christians
this is
think
so
this
dishonest.
stupid
You're really
argument
bad.
is evidence?
You're really bad at
Why do they think that the fact that someone is willing to die for a belief increases the probability the belief is true? It does not.
Of
It's
course
the
it does.
stupidest
Of
argument ever.
course
No.
it does. Even today,
Does the
that
fact
would
that the
be, that
world
would
wait,
constitute
no, it would
evidence.
not. It would not be evidence. Now,
Yes, it
does
would.
the
It would
fact
be motive,
stop talking,
right?
stop talking.
Okay.
Does the
Yeah.
fact that the World Trade Center bombers believed they were going to get 40 virgins in heaven increase the probability that it was true because they were willing to die for it? The answer is no, if you're not an idiot.
When you're persecuting someone or when you're accusing someone of a murder, do they try to find the motive? for what
Answer the
murder
question.
would be?
Does the fact that
You answer
the
my question.
World Trade Center bombers think that they were going to heaven with 40 virgins increase the probability it was true because they were willing to die for it?
No, but that's not.
Yes, correct. Good
what I'm
job.
saying is-
Congratulations.
But
You
Kason,
just
saying
debunked
is
your own
that-
argument.
Kason,
T-Jump, you're
this is what
really
T-Jump is
dishonest.
trying to get
This
you
is
to
really embarrassing.
But what he's trying to get
Amy,
you to understand is
no,
when
you
they
don't.
go to
No,
death.
Amy, don't
when they-
fall for his red herring. Okay. The point I'm trying to make is that if somebody claims something, right, and then you can see that their claim has a motive or lack of a motive, it will add to the viability of that claim. So if
No,
somebody
it's not.
murders somebody and we look at their history and we find that they were abused by their parents, they had a personal vendetta against this person, they had a life insurance policy taken out, that would add to the evidence and to the claim that he actually murdered him, even if we don't have video evidence. So what I'm telling
Does
you
this
is that
relate at all to your original statement? So your statement was
because what I'm trying to
apostles
explain
died
to
for
you is
what they believed, so they had a motive.
yeah, they had it seems like when I look at the evidence, that is really good evidence to me that and this is accepted by secular historians, that whether Jesus Christ was God or not, the people that wrote the New Testament and the disciples and the apostles really believed he was God.
Sure.
Agreed.
Even
I
going
agree
to the
100%.
extent to,
But Kason,
okay, perfect.
what we're
And I
trying to
care if they
say.
believe.
that is, and I'm not saying that that's proof,
Penelope says hi.
right? I'm saying that that's evidence, and for you to dismiss it and
Stop,
say
stop,
that's
stop,
not
stop,
evidence
stop.
at all,
So
I
it
think
is evidence they believed. Yes,
silly.
100%. 100%. It is evidence they believed. But that's not the question I asked. How is it evidence that it's true? It's true that having a motive is great evidence that someone may have committed a crime. Is it evidence that their motive was true? No. Like I could say, I'll pay you $1 million to punch the guy. So you have a motive to punch the guy. Does that mean it's true that you'll get $1 million if you punch him? No. So the claim here isn't about whether they believed. I don't care if they believed. That's not the argument. We agree they believed. What we don't agree about is the fact that they were willing to die evidence that their belief was true, that it corresponded to reality? The answer is no. Just like you just said. Okay.
Do you think that if you grant one piece of, do you think that if you grant one piece of, if you think that you grant one piece of evidence that that proves it? I mean, no.
I don't care about proof. I don't care about proof at all. All I care about is evidence. I don't care about proof. So is the fact that someone is willing to die for a belief evidence at all, any percentage point that their belief corresponds to reality? No. Literally,
So
all Christians are so dumb if they say this. No, the fact that someone is willing to die for a belief adds 0%, a gigantic, big, fat 0% to the probability their belief is true. 0. Like the guy who set himself on fire for global warming. Okay. Well, this
by the way, T-Jump, what year is it?
I don't know. I don't even care. So
it's 2024 years after the death of Jesus Christ.
I don't care. I don't care if it was yesterday or today or 10 billion years ago. I don't care. So if you think that the fact that someone's willing to die for something,
about the evidence.
No, this is the year. Like, what is this stupid nonsense you're saying? You're bringing up the year and then talking about belief in Jesus. What is the nonsense?
Yeah. What is the year today?
It is the present moment. That is the present moment. Now stop asking irrelevant questions. Stop. Never muted. All right. So this is the part that you need to justify. You are claiming that the fact that someone's willing to die for a belief somehow, based off of some magic, stupid epistemology, can somehow increase the probability that's true. So apparently, like the fact that the World Trade Center bombers or plane crashers were willing to die for their belief must then necessarily increase the probability that Muhammad is the true God, right?
No, because they're not the ones bearing witness to Muhammad's revelation. So how would that correlate?
Wait.
We're not talking about some random Christians today. We're talking about the original.
Wait. So now you've moved to a different topic. There's two topics here. Eyewitness testimony, which that can count as evidence. Perfectly fine. Okay. But that's a
because
separate
they're not
thing
the ones bearing
than
witness
people who
to
are willing to
Muhammad's
die for a
revelation.
belief.
So how would that correlate?
Wait. Question is the fact someone is willing to die for a belief, that fact alone, is that fact evidence that their belief is true? I don't care about the eyewitness testimony part. That's a separate argument. We'll talk about that one next. Does the fact that someone is willing to die for a belief count as evidence?
You're framing the question dishonestly, T-Jump, and you know that.
What do you mean? These are two separate things. Like the willingness to die for a belief and eyewitness testimony are two separate things, right?
So in one case, we're talking about the willingness of a follower of a particular claim
I don't
die.
Care. I don't care.
Okay.
So does just this one part, does the fact
we
that
could just
anyone
move on to the next point because we're not going to.
No, we can't, because this
I'm
is
not
like one of
gonna
the
answer
dumbest
your red
things.
herring.
We're just going to kick you off the stage. So if
Okay, have a nice day.
why do
God bless
Christians?
you all.
Okay, so if Christians are so deluded to think that someone is willing to die makes the belief more true, we need to address that until they can correct themselves. Like, oh no, really, it doesn't make a difference if you're willing to die for a belief or not, because the truth of the belief is irrelevant from your willingness to die for it. So if you're like, I am unwilling to die for the fact that 1 + 1 = 2. Does that make it less likely to be true? No. If I was willing to die for the belief the world is flat, would that make it more likely to be true? No. Does it make a difference whether or not I'm willing to die?
It would be more likely. No. We would be able to, from that, believe that you believe the world was flat. More so because you were willing to die for that belief, T-Jump.
We don't care what I believe. No one cares what I believe. We're
Does that
about the truth.
He's saying though, does that impact the truth value case on?
Yeah, our emotions do not.
Yes, but it doesn't get you all the way to okay. Yeah. Now,
how does it impact the truth value? Is what he's asking.
So if you have somebody making, if you have someone
can you not overtalk?
Making a claim, I've barely been able to speak.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, our emotions don't make ideas more factual or less factual.
Obviously.
So the fact that you're willing to die for it really doesn't make it any more compelling of an argument.
So, well, it should if you open your heart and you open your mind. So, if we have, let's say we take two, let's say we take
that it's irrelevant. Now you're trying to use that.
Okay, Kason, you have to clarify. Like they asked you, how does it make it more likely, and you're not saying anything.
Yeah, I am. But you've told me that I'm over talking. I haven't been able to speak. T-Jump's muted me. So
okay. Nobody's.
Afterwards, I want to ask a question.
For clarification, nobody's going to overtalk you. Go ahead and explain a direct answer to what they were asking. A direct answer, not off to the side and up in China.
Yeah. So let's say we have these two situations from that time period, 2000, and we have one person who claims to have saw something supernatural, and we see that because of their claim, they were made a king, they were given riches, they were given power, they were given money. Does that necessarily mean that what he's saying is false? No. But it's less likely to be true because you can always say, well, this is why he made that claim. If we look at the same, someone else starting, attesting for a supernatural event happening, and then we look at them and we say, wow, so this person did that, and they got no money, they lost their family, they lost everything they owned, they were tortured and killed, and to the moment that they drew their last breath, they refused to recant what they had seen and what they had saw. I'm not saying that gets you to proving either statement one way or the other, right? One guy could be lying, one guy could be telling the truth. But what I'm saying is, it seems more likely that the guy that got nothing out of making his claim is more reliable, in a sense, than the other guy. Would you
Okay,
agree with
son,
that?
Can I just interrupt
So-
you? Because this
so
is
that-
the point where we've been trying to make, which is just because they went to death for something should not sway opinion in any direction. It could have been they were
I don't
lied
agree.
to, and it
So,
could have been they were
Kason.
crazy. But how can you disagree? What is the difference? Please tell me, between the 9/11 hijackers and between the apostles. Why is one death different from another death? They kept on trying to get it out. Is the only reason because the apostles were the good guys and the 9/11? Because that's just subjective. They thought they were the good guys.
It's a fundamental difference there. So the guys the demons that blew up the the Twin Towers in the name of Allah, their God, they were followers of a religion, okay, not the founders of the religion.
Okay, Kason.
So these are two very different people, right?
I have
As
to
long as
make a
you're the
point of
founders.
moderation again. So you are going off. So you did not address their topic. So they were asking you, how does it make it more likely that something is true if people will die for it? And you went off in the
I
weeds,
already
right? And now
explained
you're
that. No.
no,
Why
no.
are
You literally
listening?
ended it with
Darren?
don't you think? Like you ask for agreement at the end of what
Yeah, I'm
you
asking
said.
you to use your reason. I'm asking you to
What,
use
what,
your
what I'm
reason.
saying is that you didn't actually address what they were asking.
I actually, Taco, what did I say exactly?
You just went off in the weeds and you said that
Okay, so you
if
didn't hear
somebody
me.
gets
So I gave you
money or something, don't you think it makes it more likely that it's true, right?
motive.
You said that,
Motive.
and
Yes.
that is not addressing how it makes something more likely.
So in the court of law, we don't take motive into account?
Or we're going to switch to court.
I'm not doing this, dude. You're
Really,
either going to
guys?
address the questions directly,
You-
or you're going to be
you
removed
guys are
from the
not
room,
being honest.
Kason. This is not
Have a
how
good
the
day, guys.
stage operates.
Well, I also, you said founders. I want to know how founders makes it different from followers, because they were followers of Jesus Christ, but apparently he died, and so now they get elevated. But, the 9/11 hijackers were doing what they thought was their religious duty.
Well, I can think of one difference. The 9/11 hijacker terrorists were not dishing out and giving away vicarious redemption. They were not forgiving anybody and telling them they're forgiven for all their sins. So that's a big difference right there.
But in terms of willing to die, they are fairly equal.
Yeah, actually, when somebody is that committed to a cause, that's an emotional appeal. That's not. That's usually a red flag that the person has an extreme view, and that can be a problem.
I feel like when they do that, this is what they do. This is what they do. I feel like what they do when they're talking about a topic that they know their justification is going to be absurd, they have to go into the weeds and change the topic because they don't want their inconsistency to be shown. Because when somebody like Kason comes up, a presuppositional apologist, they're trying to do a worldview comparison and see whose worldview is the most coherent. But the way they're doing it is only attacking your worldview. So when you ask them questions like that and they go off in the weeds, they're trying to get like agreements and stuff on stuff that's off topic because they can't actually address something that makes their position look less coherent.
You know who they don't want their contradiction to be shown to? Themselves.
Well, and they also seem to just, well, indeed, but they also seem to just be okay with one side killing themselves. That's the good killing of ourselves. And then the other killing ourselves, that's the bad killing ourselves. Though those were demons. Whether he meant that metaphorical or literally, it's people willing to die for what they believe in.
I invited up Stoke
A lot of
Flame.
terrible things have happened because of that. Sorry, go ahead, Todd.
Oh, I was just saying I invited someone up. I don't know if he's accepting. And if anybody else wants to come up, feel free to raise your hand and chat with us. JCC. What's going on, man? He's an atheist, though, so.
Yeah, I'm not going to be something to argue against or about. Yeah, it's all good. I've had interesting conversations with theists that misconstrue what is natural and what is supernatural. And I know the definition of supernatural is like basically it's saying it's the unexplained natural phenomenon. However, I hold to a different understanding of what would be supernatural. Like, would this be far-fetched to say something is supernatural if it does not occur within our natural realm? It's no longer natural.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But the thing is, there's another aspect as well that's important to consider is if it is interacting with reality, then it's not supernatural anymore because it's interactive. We can detect the interaction. We can detect the changes it made. So therefore, we should be able to use whatever's part of our natural universe to poke and prod at the effects of it at least.
Right, I think that's unfair. I don't think that's a good definition. So, like the definition JCC gave of supernatural, anything that doesn't interact in the natural world. Well, that is circular because you're using the natural in the definition of supernatural. It doesn't actually give a definition. And to say that the supernatural, anything that you can detect in the natural world can't be supernatural, I think would also be unfair. Because like for something to be supernatural, all it would mean is that it's a different kind of ontology, like something more than just matter and energy and motion. Like if there was spirit goo is a thing out there. It could still occupy space and time. It could still physically interacted with by energy and matter, but it could still be supernatural just because it's a new ontology. So for something to be supernatural, it just have to be a new substance other than matter and energy and motion, essentially. And then you could say that would be the supernatural or one class of possible supernatural things. And you could interact with it. It could interact with the natural world and space-time, matter, and energy just fine. And it would still be supernatural because all it needs is just that extra thing. It's just a different kind of ontology.
Sure. I call things like that unexplained natural phenomenon. So I guess I'm just avoiding using the term supernatural because it's something that's occurring within our natural world. So it's kind of interesting. But anyway, yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
Cool. Anything else?
Thank you very much.
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Thank you for coming up.
Yeah,
Have a good one, man.
We could have a multiverse in which our understanding of the natural world just gets expanded. So always those type of things as well.
There it was. I moved to audience button wasn't working for some reason.
Oh.
What's up, Stoke?
All right.
Hello, Stoke.
Hey, what's up?
Thank you for joining.
All right. Yeah, thank you. So T-Jump just made a mistake of saying like eyewitness cannot be used as evidence. This is like a big mistake. We use this as legal evidence in court. So yeah, he should be careful next time, or like just like try to.
So I didn't say that. I said the opposite. I said eyewitness testimony can be used as evidence, but I wanted it's a separate topic than the willingness to die. So I literally said the opposite of that. But
is this recorded? Is this recorded?
Yes, it was literally like 5 minutes ago. I literally said this. We're talking to the.
Sure, right. Is this recorded?
No, Stoic, we're not going to do this. It's recorded. You can watch the recording later. If you have something you want to talk about, feel free to talk about it.
1,000%. I can move to the second question. It's
no,
right.
I wasn't done yet. So stop talking.
Are we live?
So
what day is
I
this?
specifically said eyewitness testimony can be used as evidence in some cases, but it can't be used as evidence of miracles, magic, mythical creatures, the paranormal, or the supernatural, which is established in court cases. Which, because there are many of them, and there's a list of them in my debate with Jonathan Sheffield, because you can't use eyewitness testimony for things that have no empirical basis. So if you said you saw a leprechaun or a wizard kill somebody using magic or stuff, that would be immediately thrown out of court because there is no precedent, no basis for those. So you are wrong to say that eyewitness testimony would be evidence in those cases.
All right. So yeah, if we go back to the recording, I'll admit that I heard something mistakenly, but sure, I want to hear the recording. Okay, the other thing, it's about physics. I'm a layman about when it comes back to physics. Taco came to my room 2 days ago, and he says that, what is it? What did you call the necessary existence? About Taco, do you remember?
Yes, so I rendered an argument that, according to a certain worldview, would prove that the necessary being is the universal quantum field.
Yes, yeah, which I contested 1000%. But the problem is that I'm a layman into physics. We ask ChatGPT, it says, fuck no, it's never necessary existence because it has to be self-sufficient. Can you now explain to me how did you reach the conclusion? Maybe T-Jump can do that.
Yeah, so how did you
T-Jump,
get
can you-
ChatGPT? ChatGPT would say God fails 100% of the time. God fails 100% of the time as the grounds of any necessity because it's not grounds for
I don't think so. No, ChatGPT will not say that. But
No,
sure,
I have asked it. It said fuck no for God at anything because God is garbage. It's literally said God is garbage for me. But
This is
secondly,
an easy thing to address.
all right, quantum field
It is.
is a necessary existence. It's self-sufficient. Go ahead, T-Jump.
Yes, that's literally the consensus in physics. What's your problem here?
Hold on. Can you explain this?
Yes,
I just want, and I want to go back to the recording because I'm a layman to physics, and I'm 1000% sure that
so quantum fields are outside
not
of space time.
1000%.
Yes, they are self-sufficient. So they created space and time. Space and time emerged from quantum fields. Consensus
Are they
is they are
self-sufficient?
uncreated thing. Yes, they are uncreated. They continue to exist on their own. Like energy, they're there. They don't stop existing. They are self-sufficient.
Right. The two claims is quantum fields are self-sufficient and they are necessary existence, right?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Done. That's it. I want to take this. I'm going to take it to other people expert in physics. Thank you so much for entertaining me.
Well,
Love you.
before
See
you go,
bye.
so the claim is that they are equally as necessary or self-sufficient as God is. So nobody in physics.
Hold on. No. That's not the claim. Hold on.
I do want to be clear. The argument is only sound if you accept contingency.
So the argument here is that not because necessary and self-existent or self-sufficient are not things in physics. Those are not properties that exist in physics. That's just made up garbage by apologists.
Right.
And so the arguments
philosophical argument that I presented, and it relies on contingency being accepted by the other person.
Well, so the argument is that in order for you can say quantum fields are the necessary being or are self-existent or whatever, in the same sense that God is, because there's no evidence that God is. None whatsoever. It's just a made-up, asserted garbage thing that God is fundamentally whatever. And you can just make the same claims about quantum fields. And the thing you should ask physicists is, which is a more plausible explanation of a necessary being or the self-sufficient whatever? They're going to go with quantum fields over God every time. That's the claim. So they are better candidate explanations of these made-up philosophical terms that don't exist in physics than the Sky Daddy is. And they will all agree to that.
So for anybody interested, the argument that I rendered that broke him is in chat in Heathen Hangout chat right now.
Is that the real Sargon or a fake Sargon?
I don't know. Let's find out.
Oh, just before we start that, I want to address something. This person was saying that the previous guest was just saying that he's not a physicist, so he asked ChatGPT, and ChatGPT is also not a physicist, so that really doesn't make anything better.
But contingent, I agree with Randolph. It's just pulling whatever it finds from other people, and other people can be wrong, and thus ChatGPT can be wrong. But nonetheless, contingency arguments are crap. They're not accepted in science. They're not accepted in physics. So just pointing that out there for all the pre-subs, sending love.
Hey, Sargon of Akkad, thank you for joining us. How are you today, and what's on your mind?
I'm doing fine. Just making sure you guys can hear me.
Yes, we can
fake
hear
Sargon.
Yeah, I'm fake Sargon.
His son.
Although I might be the reincarnation of the real Sargon. Don't know. Anyways.
Seems unlikely.
You're the wish version.
So I wanted to ask you guys, how do you make sense of reality if it's not hierarchically ordered, graded from superior realities to inferior realities? And to my mind, it's like having more numbers, like you have the number 4 without the number 3.
It's like
Doesn't really
letters.
make sense.
Like letters. Letters
Yeah,
are
you have to have like a highest number.
Oh, no,
Well-
no. So like letters. Letters are not hierarchical. They're just letters. A and F
Not
are
letters.
equally as high. Wait.
Yeah, not
you
letters.
asked-
I use numbers.
Wait, stop. You asked the question. If reality is not hierarchical, how could we understand it? We could understand it like letters. Letters are not hierarchical. They're just things we made up, and they are all equal. There's no like higher letter or lower letter. They are the same because they're all made up. And so reality could be the same, where there are a bunch of different things that are just equal and separate, and that would be just as coherent as understanding reality if it wasn't hierarchical. So there's no problem with understanding reality without it being hierarchical.
Okay, so the problem with that is that we already see, even the atheists can agree that we already see there is level of hierarchy in reality. We notice that there are physical things that are simpler than other compounds. You have like elements like air, fire.
I agree.
Air,
I agree. Reality is hierarchical in many senses because it goes from physics to chemistry to biology to brains, etc. So yes, I agree there are hierarchies in reality. I was just answering your question. Is it possible to understand it without that? Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. So now, given that there are hierarchies in reality, how can we make sense of these levels of lesser things without levels of higher things? You have to have a scale.
That's
Just
literally
like
what hierarchy means. So yes, you couldn't say there are lesser things without saying there are higher things. Those are the same thing. That's like saying there is a married, not bachelor. Good job.
Right. Okay. But the problem is atheists are stopping at a certain high point of the hierarchy, but you can tell that that point they're stopping at hasn't actually reached the ideal kind of being. In fact, there's many more levels of ideal kinds of being.
Sure, and there are many more levels of ideal kinds of beings than a being who drowns millions of babies. So there are Christians are magically stopping at a random point, which is clearly not the ideal being, and saying this is the ideal being, which is a sky daddy who drowns babies.
Oh, okay, but I'm not arguing for that position right now. I'm not even a Christian.
Right. So my argument was here. You are claiming that atheists stop at some arbitrary point, which isn't the ideal being. So do religious people. What's your point?
Actually, yeah, they do. Yeah. I agree. A lot of religious people imagine God as a sky daddy.
All of them. Every single one of them.
Do you want us to continue to the necessary being on this stage? Because we absolutely could.
But also, just because something's possible doesn't mean that it exists. You could say, we can imagine the super being that has all of these omnis and all of these whatevers. That doesn't mean they exist.
Well, yeah, but that's not the argument. The argument is that once you have a scale of things, the direction it goes in, from the beginning to the end is full. It doesn't lack any.
But what is your
there's no
argument
emptiness.
for God if you're saying that's not it? You're saying atheists are denying that. No, we're saying we're open to that. Where's your evidence that there are a being with somewhere higher on the scale?
That's the argument. It's like if you have numbers like 5, 4, 3. You don't just stop at 3. You see there's a hierarchy. You see there's more to go till the stopping point, which is at 1.
What? Wait. 1 isn't the stopping point. There is no stopping point. Numbers go infinitely up and down. There's no stopping point. There's no biggest number. There's no smallest number.
Yeah, I'm saying that's abstract. That's abstract mathematics. I'm saying we're dealing with like actual quantity in the world.
We are?
Wait. So
when dealing with actual quantity in the world,
how does this lead to God? So God isn't the biggest number. He's not the smallest number. He's not the first thing. He's not the last.
What I'm saying is, once you acknowledge a scale of hierarchy, you can't stop at a point which is objectively speaking not the stopping point.
Sure, I agree, but the stopping point isn't God, and the stopping point is quantum fields.
Yeah.
That's the stopping point. Quantum fields is the stopping point.
Get us to a God.
But okay, we see when you get to something more perfect in being, you see it's like simpler, it's more unified. It has it's less composite, less compound, less diverse elements. Yeah.
No.
Yes.
So
You go from a complex Yes, you go from
No.
a complex body
No.
to element. Yes.
No.
What's up, Jay,
Yeah,
KCA,
They can become more complicated. Like if we
and
go
Hoppy
from
Fried?
a rock to the composite parts of a rock, the composite parts are far more complicated than the rock is. So no, it doesn't get simpler. This is just an assertion you've made. There's no evidence that simplicity has anything to do with the fundamental nature of reality. But even if it did, let's just grant it does. Quantum fields are simpler than an all-powerful Sky Daddy, infinitely much. So quantum fields are the simplest thing. They are the simplest thing. There's nothing simpler.
So they aren't the simplest thing because they're temporal. They change.
They're not. They are not temporal.
They have
They're
a
outside of
dimension.
space-time. No, they don't. They're outside of space and time. Space and time emerge
They're
from
outside
quantum
of
fields.
space. What does it mean emerged from them?
It means that quantum fields make space-time. Space and time are
So
lower on the
space
hierarchy
and
than
time
quantum
emerge.
fields.
Space and time emerge external to quantum fields. Externally.
I don't know what external means, but yes-ish. So like space and time come from quantum fields. Quantum fields are like the more fundamental thing, and then space and time are created from those.
Okay, so what's the difference between quantum fields and a entity, which is without dimension, without location,
Not drown babies. No
without
baby
change?
drowning.
Okay.
Never mind.
Well,
Doesn't
I
drown
mean, you
babies.
pretty much. Well,
No mind.
you
No
pretty
drowning
much
babies.
agree.
But an entity? What does that even mean? That sounds like an agent. That sounds like a person.
No, it's not an agent.
And what's an entity? That sounds like something you see in a UFO.
It just means like another word for object. It's a thing. It's a thing.
Well, is he meaning?
Well, I actually don't want to. I don't want to objectify it because it's kind of ineffable. It doesn't really have any like qualities or dimensions or anything like that.
But it is effable. It's a quantum. If it is the case that it is a quantum field, and if it is the case that we can perfectly describe and predict the quantum field, then the quantum field is no longer ineffable. It's understood.
I agree.
Able to be
quantum
described
fields
as
are
words.
effable, but Mr. T Dump over here is describing quantum fields as ineffable, as being without dimensions, without location, without any discernible quality.
What do you think the word effable means?
Effable is something that can be pictured in the mind.
No, effable is something that can be described with words. Anything that can be described with words. Sky Daddy God is effable because you can describe him with words. Things outside of space-time are effable because you can describe them with words.
That's not really the case because let's say those words are only describing negative properties of the thing. What the thing is not.
That's still describing it with words. That's still
sure,
effable.
but it's not in itself. It isn't effable. You're not grasping anything of it in itself.
That's what effable just means. You can't describe it with words. That's effable. If you can say it's a negative properties and describe it with words, you're doing it.
Useless semantics. So what I've learned from here is that we're just disputing semantics. You actually agree that you
are
arrive at something absolutely simple, which is at the starting point of the hierarchy. So we're pretty much on agreement here.
Sure. Quantum fields are the simplest thing. They don't have consciousness. They don't have intentions. They're the simplest thing, and they create everything else. Yes.
And they can't even be a plurality of quantum fields because since the quantum field is purely simple, has no component parts or composition, you cannot distinguish one from the other.
Actually, you're wrong.
There's
The reason that we have the number that we have is because they each correspond to one of the fundamental forces in particles. So we think that there's like approximately 14 or so quantum fields because
I agree with you. I'm going off. I agree with you. I'm going off how T-Jump is defining quantum fields.
Because we can observe the mathematical behavior of them and describe them with equations. And so that's where we get the quantum fields. We didn't just make them up because we felt like it.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. I don't think quantum fields are the fundamental thing because they actually are effable. They actually do have quality and dimension. And but Mr. T-Jump over here thinks otherwise. So I'm just saying, on his view, a quantum field, he's acknowledging that there's a first simple principle, and yeah.
Well, it's not a coherent sentence. So yes, there can be multiple necessary beings. There can be multiple perfectly simple things, and that's perfectly fine.
You cannot have multiple perfectly simple things because what would distinguish them? What would distinguish them?
They're different objects. So like, if there's two conscious beings? They're different. They're literally not the same thing. So there's lots of things that could be different about them. They're
because they're
differentiated.
not simple. They have
No. That's
parts that
stupid.
have-
That's stupid. There can be multiple perfectly simple things just fine in a different dimension. Perfectly fine.
No, they can't, because what that means is
Yes,
that they
they
have
can.
something in common and something different, and so they're not simple. There's a duality, a dyad.
That's stupid. Like God and you have something in common and something that's different. That's perfectly fine. There's no problem.
I don't
So you
agree
can
with
have,
no God.
you can
God
have
and me have
multiple
nothing in
necessary
common.
beings. Does he exist?
I don't agree with that assumption.
Does God
I mean,
exist?
a lot of religious
Does
people.
God exist? Does God exist?
Actually, no, we actually can't say that. It's the technical
But God
term is
does not exist.
hyperousia.
Well, that makes it easy.
Yes, the God transcends existence.
We finally agree.
But yeah, if your argument is so dumb that you can't say God exists because you've fallen into a trap that's saying you can't have similarities, well, then you just defeated your own argument. Congratulations. Does God exist in reality? Nope, can't say it. Good job. Your God doesn't exist in reality anymore. Good job.
We have a
Or
question.
you can't say he does or doesn't, therefore it's a logical contradiction, therefore he's gone. So God is a logical
Yeah, so you
contradiction.
actually have a flawed understanding of existence, because existence is actually a shadow or reflection of something higher.
No, it's not.
Yeah, God transcends
not.
existence, and existence is
Anything
is,
that
is a,
exists, anything that is in reality exists. Is God in reality?
God is not in reality. No.
So it doesn't exist. Congratulations. Your God is a unicorn.
No, existence, reality itself is a shadow, a lesser reflection,
no.
image of
No,
what is
no.
higher.
Nope.
Yes.
You got two options. Either things exist in reality or things do not exist in reality. P or not.
Okay,
P.
so you cannot say pure unity exists, because then it is two. It is unity, and it has this quality of existence. And
It's
so
gibberish. I don't
it's
really
not,
care though.
it's
So
not
either
unity
something
anymore.
exists or it does not exist. Does God exist or does he not exist? Those are your two options.
Either something exists. Well, again, it depends on how you're defining something, because not all dichotomies apply to
It
every
applies
single
to
kind of
literally
thing. Yeah,
anything.
so
Anything
you
logically
can't say
exists. Anything. I don't care.
you
Does it
can't say
exist or not
either
exist?
something is wet, or you can't say either something is wet or dry. There's
I don't care.
certain
I don't care.
things.
This is a very simple question. You don't get to dodge. Does God exist or does he not exist? P or not P? Exist, not
Oh,
exist. You can say wet
considering
or
that-
not wet. That's still P or not P. Wet, not wet.
Considering
still
that
P or not P.
existence is a lesser form, a lesser image of what is
There's
higher. No, God does not
It's
exist.
the highest thing. If something doesn't exist, that's as far as it goes.
It's not
End
the
of
highest
word.
thing. I disagree, because unity is the highest thing. Pure unity.
It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. So, does God exist or not exist?
God does not exist by mode of transcendence.
So you're an atheist. That's fantastic.
No, that's not atheism. I think
Sounds like it.
you lack. The problem with you atheists is that you just don't read enough.
Okay,
You actually don't. You actually don't read enough of the Western tradition, of what we find in Pythagoreanism, Platonism, Neoplatonism, and all these traditions. You just don't read enough.
Can I give you a? Oh no, go Rando.
When you use a term like "you atheists," you're revealing your bigotry. Actually, against.
I am a bigot. 100%.
Well, that's
We do have
sad.
a question from our YouTube audience, by the way. Aaron Reese is wondering if it's possible to practice pantheism with the quantum field as a godlike figure.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You just declare the quantum field God.
There we go. Thank you. For
Once again, I am saying I don't actually believe the quantum field is God, but the way T-Jump defines the quantum field makes it indistinguishable from how Pythagorean or Platonist would define God.
Quantum field exists, unlike your God, which you literally admitted does not exist. So it's distinguishable. Correct.
And the field doesn't go around trying to drown babies.
Correct. Another good point, Randolph.
If I could also point out a few things. One, being a bigot is degenerate. And two, I think that what a lot of creationists do, they try and make these adjectives that don't really exist in the real world. Like, it's very hard to imagine something that is the most perfect wet in the world, or anyway, the most perfect toasted bread in the world. It is more likely that the universe works in non-perfects, and this idea is just a purity test.
Okay, so actually addressing that problem, I think they're referencing the parody of Anselm's argument. The problem is you can imagine a perfect toast or a perfect pizza, but while it will be a perfect toast, the perfect kind of thing that it is, it's not a perfect thing. Since a toast is a composite, limited thing, limited to a particular kind of being, it's not a perfect thing. It could be a perfect toast. No matter how perfect a toast is, it's not going to be an ase self-subsisting entity. That's the grounds of
Sargon,
explanation.
it's a
But if you postulate,
it's a subjective thing. The most perfect toast for
It's not-
you
it's
may
not
not be
subject-
the most perfect toast for someone else. How can
Okay,
you
so
possibly have one?
I find it ironic how you're railing against what you call bigotry, but for you, all value judgments are subjective.
No, they're not. But yes, I am railing against bigotry because it is degenerate, lazy, a bunch of other things that you should probably work on.
But then all value judgments are subjective, according to you.
Oh, she literally said the opposite.
We could say we've come to an objective understanding of this because you did confirm that you are a bigot.
I am a bigot, yes.
So we can make an objective assessment based on that and based on your behavior that you indeed are a bigot. So there you go.
Correct. That's a nice tautology over there. I am a bigot.
I'm sorry. Maybe something happened to you, or maybe you just need to work on yourself more.
Why would I need to work on myself?
So you stop being a bigot, which is once again degenerate. I guess I could simplify it so you stop being degenerate.
Why should I stop being a bigot, and why is it degenerate?
Because you are being rude. You are basically judging people on preconceived notions that probably do not reflect who they are as a human being.
I do not judge people on preconceived notions, but based on, the objective nature of the matter,
You
they actually are the innate
yes,
qualities they
you're
have.
lying now. No, you just told a lie because you confirmed you're a bigot when I called you out for using the term "you atheist" as bigotry, and now you're turning around and trying to say it's objective. If it was an objective fact, then it's not bigotry. So make up your mind. You already said quite clearly a number of times and confirmed that you're a bigot. So that's what we're kind of going with right now, unless you can demonstrate otherwise.
Yeah, these are all semantics disputes because the fact is, you guys call any
That's not semantics. That's you making an admission that you're a bigot.
Y'all call any general assessment of a group as bigotry. So I'll go with the term without
now you're
quibbling
making
over
another
the
assumption.
semantics.
Nobody's
I'll
doing
accept
that
this.
here.
I'm a bigot. I make general
Poor
assessments
him.
of groups.
He's such a victim.
Nobody's making that claim. That's ridiculous. Why are you assuming that we're all doing this?
Because you guys are retardedly stupid.
Hey,
Okay,
stop
so,
using that as
this
an
is
insult
now
word. Once
bigotry, isn't
again, makes us just look down on you for it as a human being. Please just try to focus on.
I just kicked him. It's not a big deal.
I gotta say, he must be a lot of fun at parties.
We'll move on. What's up, Carlos?
Yes.
Hello,
Also,
Carlos. Welcome. Thank you.
If there are any theists or anybody who thinks they can prove supernatural things, I see Sasquatch in the audience with the name that Sasquatch is real. I'd love to have Sasquatch proven to me. That would be pretty dope.
Wow, man, I'm for that as well.
Wow. Carlos, you're muted. Maybe you got to unmute your mic. How are you
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we can. How are you today?
I'm doing good. Thanks, and hope you guys are doing well. Yeah, thanks for these sessions. These are quite cool.
Thank you.
You mentioned earlier when someone came up about definition of supernatural. I just had a thought on that one. So I think you said that it basically has to have a different ontology to what we call physical, but it can still interact with the physical.
Sure. Yeah. So
it just has a different ontology.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yes, I would think that's correct. So I think there could be a whole bunch of new ontologies of stuff made of things that aren't matter and motion or energy. And so for something to be supernatural, it's probably going to be a new kind of thing that does things we normally associate supernatural with. So spirits or ghosts or souls or whatever. And if there is some other substance out there that mediate those kinds of things that we use the word supernatural to describe, then we discovered this substance, this extra substance, then it would be rational to say that's the supernatural. And then if it existed, you say, yeah, the supernatural exists. If there was some extra new ontology that did a lot of the things that we ascribe to the word supernatural, like ghosts or souls or whatever.
Right. Because I think the guy that was at JCC, he said that he just takes it to be unexplained natural things, which it seems like we wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
It tends to be just described as paranormal or psi type stuff. And when people posit psi stuff, they're not necessarily positing the supernatural. It's like there's plenty of naturalists who study paranormal / psi where they think psychic phenomena might be real, for instance. But they think the reason psychic phenomena might be real is because of some previously not understood thing about how brains, connect to quantum physics or something like that. They think there could be a totally physical explanation for psychic phenomena in many cases, and they're studying it under the expectation that it would become understood. It's just not understood yet. So we would call that paranormal in the sense that it's outside of the normal range of what's accepted theory, like, kooky fringe stuff effectively, but maybe turns out to be true in the end. Whereas the actual supernatural is exactly what T-Jump described. It would be something like a disembodied mind, which has consciousness or agency without having a physical brain or obeying any physical laws.
Right. Okay. Yeah, because like how I understand like things that are physical or things that are described in terms of physics are just things that exist that have certain properties that we can describe, and they interact with other things that have properties that we can describe, right? But would it be to say that something that's supernatural has a different ontology doesn't have properties that can't be described in terms of physics to make it supernatural? Otherwise, wouldn't it just be a natural thing if we could use physics to describe those properties?
No, so like we could potentially use physics to describe it and have it not be physical, as long as it was a new ontology. So physical things are usually things like matter and energy and motion, some combination of those two things. And if it's not matter or energy, it would be something very strange, something we've never seen before, but it could still potentially interact with matter and energy just fine. And so we wouldn't call it physical just because it could interact with physical things. It would have to be sufficiently like the other kind of stuff, like made of matter and energy. Like if it was made of spirit goo, you'd say, no, it's probably not physical.
Yeah, it just seems like if we can describe it in terms of physical properties, or it has properties that can interact with the physical, then we wouldn't be able, like, I don't think it'd be justified to call it supernatural. We just say it's an unknown natural thing that we don't understand yet.
Well, that's why I said it. We would have to like discover it. So if it was discovered that there was this new ontology, it wouldn't be an unknown natural thing. It would be this new ontology. And so like if you could actually wave a wand and say Avada Kedavra and have a green ball come out and kill someone, and some guy said this is magic and he discovered the theory of magic, and it was based off of the magic ontology or the magic field or whatever, then, and he said this is a supernatural field, then yeah, we'd be justified in calling it supernatural. If we later discovered it was made of matter and energy, we could say, it was just unknown natural. But if fundamentally it's not made of matter and energy, then it's pretty justified to call it something more than natural.
Okay, that's fair. Then that makes sense. I mean, if it is that ontology, that separate ontology, would it follow that it has to be like there's like a hierarchy of ontologies where this ontology, is higher in the hierarchy, and the physical is like an emergent property of it, or would that follow?
No, it could go either way. So there could be like a bunch of different
Like
ontologies
my
that are all equal
sexuality.
and separate. So like there could be a supernatural ontology, a paranormal ontology, an ubernatural ontology. That could be a magic ontology. There could be all kinds of different things that exist out there that are made of other stuff that aren't matter and energy, and they don't need to be greater or lesser, or one comes from the other. They could just be separate things. There's like separate galaxies or separate planets. They're just separate fundamental substances. the universe.
Like the quantum fields that I misspoke being 14, there's actually 17 so far. They're interacting with each other, but there's not, insofar as we know, a sense in which one is like nested from or comes from the others. It could turn out to be the case, but our theories don't suggest that.
Okay, so what you're saying is you could have some non-natural ontology that could be equal in terms of a hierarchy. There's no hierarchy there, and it can interact with the physical just fine, is what you're saying.
Yeah, there could be spirit fields, and the spirit fields are, what gives Harry Potter magic and what allows God to, speak the universe into existence or something.
Sure. Okay, cool. I mean, the actual question I came up with to come up and ask was about free will and foreknowledge. So the idea is that God is omniscient. He knows all true propositions, past, present, and future. And the idea is that if that is the case, then that's not compatible with free will. Now, I think that is the case, but it seems like people want to try and say that no, God's knowledge doesn't necessitate that free will can't exist. And I think God's knowledge directly wouldn't impact free will, but the knowledge. Well, what I would want to say is that the knowledge is of some fact or a set of events that has occurred. And if there's a set of events that has occurred, then actually time would be the determining factor. And obviously, if time is the determining factor to say that the events have already occurred, then me thinking that I have free will to get up now and end this call and go and do something else. If those set of events have already occurred, then I don't actually have free will, and it's not compatible. Would you guys agree? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, to facilitate free will, the knowledge would have to be incomplete, and that's just no getting around that logically.
You'd have to take like an open theist route.
Oh, theists! I've talked to theists who've made these claims and say there's a special exception, and some of them even claim that God knows all the possible outcomes and which one will actually be chosen freely. And it gets really kind of pointless.
And yet he never helps them with blackjack.
Yeah, this kind of
helps them find their car keys sometimes.
This kind of discourse on free will really started alongside theodicies, which are basically attempts to get God off the hook for being the architect of all evil. And the idea is not, as most people are concerned with, like, what does it mean to be a human with choices to make? That's what most people are thinking of when they go into the free will debate. But then they read the literature and they find out it all just came out of, how do we not make God evil? That's where the actual beginning of the big debate on free will began in the Christian world. And who cares if God doesn't exist? It's just like kind of it's a mistaken question in the first place. We don't really know if determinism is true or not. We don't really know if it's meaningful, if there's like multiverse, or branching time is possible. We don't know. But what we do know is that I can tell that like an agent is making decisions about its future as opposed to a log rolling down the hill, in the sense that the log rolling down the hill is never going to roll in a different direction to get out of the way of an obstacle, whereas a non-agent will just roll straight in whatever way physical forces bid it to roll. So the idea of self-control and agency is just separate from the question of determinism or the made-up notion of God being the architect of all deterministic evil and knowing what all evil would be in advance. So if you're
What's
not
up,
a theist,
pseudonym
it's just a
Wesley,
non-question.
Social X.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to look for a simple way to derive a contradiction. And I want to say that that time is the determining factor, not God's knowledge. God's knowledge is just a consequence of a set of facts that have already occurred, and God knows all facts. So if the set of events have occurred, then it's actually time that's the determining factor, which stops you from having free will. I mean, does that work for you guys, or what?
I don't quite understand what you mean by time being the determining factor. I mean, the nature of time, like does time branch or not, would potentially limit any foreknowledge of its outcomes. Just in the same way that some people think that like a lack of determinism somehow rescues the notion of free will, even though it's perfectly fine and doesn't need rescuing if you just like care about being able to decide your own courses of action, whether or not there's alternate universes where you decided something different isn't really important to the fact that you decided it. But okay, if is that what you mean? Like different types of how time works?
Yeah, so basically it'd be
Theory?
like if B theory of time is true, then there's no free will because all events have occurred.
Well, there's no alternative possibilities, but the kind of free will worth wanting, as Dennett calls it, the kind that people actually care about, not theists who are trying to get God off the hook, but actual people, is the kind where a person has made a determination about their future based on their model of what's going to happen and the consequences of that choice, right? That's true regardless of determinism. It's what there's like two senses of the word free will in a dictionary. There's the one that's like the absolute sense, and then there's just the agent had decision making based on its model of the future sense. And in everyday common usage, that's the one people care about. The other one is just kind of like a made up question, because even if your determinations were random and caused by non-determinism, even if there's alternate universes, the distinction that's meaningful is still the one between the rock, which has no agency, and the decision maker, which does have agency. It's not that important whether there's alternate universes where you would have decided something else. This is only relevant for the God conversation, really, for theism, to like try to say that God somehow isn't the one who decided for all the babies to be horrifically mutilated gratuitously.
Gotcha. Yeah, I do actually have some other questions, but I don't want to take up too much of your time. I can see some other people want to talk, so maybe I'll come back a bit later. But yeah, thanks, guys.
If you
Appreciate
wanted to
it.
ask one quick
Thanks
question,
for coming up.
we'd be happy to entertain it.
Yeah, I've got a few. Actually, I don't. I had a question on panpsychism, and I had a question on T-Jump's model of morality as well. But I can hold it for now. I don't mind.
Okay, that sounds like you want it. That'll be fine. We'll come back later. We're happy to talk with you again.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks for coming up. We have Dole Coordinane, I think.
Yes, hello guys. How are you?
Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Hi.
What's on your mind?
Hello, Randolph, and hello everyone. Thank you for having me. I was here actually earlier when another brother was in here. I think you had a conversation with Stoic about what a necessary entity is. So I just wanted a clarification if that is okay with you.
Oh yeah, maybe you can kind of remind us of what
It's
was
bullshit.
the gist of the conversation, a little bit more detail than what you just mentioned, so that our audience can be filled in on what it was about.
Yeah, sure. So I mean, in detail, the context was like something like that. That the brother brought it up as the contingency argument. However, I think it was Taco or TJ that actually. Sorry, I'm not really very elaborate right
Are
now.
you saying that because I said that the argument that I rendered started with the contingency argument something?
So yeah, I think it actually like you mentioned something along the quantum field being actually the necessary existence.
Yes, we
which
had this
I'm a little bit
conversation a few days ago.
okay, because this was a little bit curious for me actually, because
Once
like,
again,
how can you actually assume something like a quantum field which has a few properties embedded to it to be like necessary?
Yeah, it's the most fundamental thing. It's the most pervasive aspect of reality. Everything would depend and rely upon it if contingency was true, and in reality, that seems to be the case.
So when you say quantum field, what do you actually have in mind in detail? Like, is it only the space, or are you also like including everything in the space?
So the quantum field is like all of it, right? Like the energy, all of it. It's like that initial. What I'm talking about is when I say the universal quantum field. It's and I'm not gonna lie. I took that from T Jump, and then I built an argument around that with Chat GPT that's been breaking people, right? But it's just like the initial state of the universe, that singularity, right? And it's just basically energy at that point.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, the singularity would require a field.
You're asking me to explain like quantum field theory, and I am not that smart.
No, that's fine, because I just wanted to like listen to your argument. Like, how do you build it up?
Oh yeah, I can post it for you.
Because I think I heard that I'm not sure if it was you or TJ that actually said that the quantum field is the necessary entity, and later on, like, only if you actually agree upon the contingency argument.
Yeah, because I don't think it would be sound if contingency is just a made up thing.
So, I mean,
because there's a lot of stuff in philosophy that you can't really tell if it's made up or not, right? Like definitions and that type, and Platonism, for example, right? There's a lot of stuff in philosophy that's indistinguishable from imagination, and if contingency is one of those things, I don't think the argument would be sound. But if you do accept contingency, the argument is sound, or should be sound.
I think still with contingency you will meet a few problems, but if you guys don't really like to delve into philosophy, I think you should not bring such argument up, because then you rely on a philosophical...
I just addressed what you said directly. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you joking?
No,
that was very clear and precise. Are you joking?
No, like, no.
Get the fuck out.
So you get me? Okay, I don't know. So your necessary entity is the quantum field. Why do you try to back it up with a philosophical argument? This is actually the question.
For fun. Why not? It makes it seem more likely than like a God concept, right? Because it's a seemingly sound argument if you accept contingency.
The main problem, Taco, is, I'm not sure if it was you or TJ, either of you guys actually also earlier said contingency argument is garbage.
Yeah, that was me. I was about to bring that up, is that the contingency argument is bad. It's not accepted within science. And what
that's what I'm saying.
And what Taco is trying to say is,
that's what I'm saying.
We know it's bad. We're trying to show you why. Look, I can replace something way better than your God here, and so maybe we should throw this argument out.
So he doesn't actually. He still relies upon it, but suggests something that cannot, that doesn't hold water, if you understand what I mean. Because quantum field has multiple properties. It relies, first upon it, relies on space, it relies on time, it relies on particles.
You just demonstrated you don't have an understanding of what we're talking about.
They would claim that time comes from quantum fields, so it wouldn't exist within it. It actually, time and space stem from.
Okay, so first, time has to exist. Now you're just running to another...
Well, there's quantum fields and then time and space.
I'll just render this dumbass argument. Everything in this world is contingent, which means that it depends on something else for its existence. Do you agree or disagree?
No, I agree, right?
All right, so premise 2. If everything in this world is contingent, then there must be a necessary being that does not depend on anything else for its existence. Do you agree or disagree?
Totally, yes.
Premise 3. The
Totally.
universal quantum field is a plausible candidate for a necessary being because it is a fundamental
Sounded
and
like a Valley
pervasive
Girl.
aspect of physical reality, and it satisfies the traditional attributes of a necessary being, such as being eternal, uncaused, self-sufficient, and the source of all other existence. Do you agree or disagree?
I totally disagree. That is where you got it wrong.
What do you disagree with there?
Because you're saying quantum field was there always, eternal, and you don't address in specific which of the embedded attributes of the quantum field was there. Are you
Yeah, I
assuming
said
that the
it's such
entire
as being
quantum field?
eternal. So
Hold
I'll
on.
I'll reread that because you didn't listen. The universal quantum field is a plausible candidate for a necessary being because it is a fundamental and pervasive aspect of physical reality. And it satisfies the traditional attributes of a necessary being, such as being eternal, uncaused, self-sufficient, and the source of all other existence.
Okay, the main problem here remains again. So when you say quantum field, it has multiple attributes embedded to it. You're actually
Yeah, those are the
saying
standard attributes that are attributed to a necessary being.
no, but you're saying the quantum field is only a buzzword to actually initiate time, space, and energy to exist simultaneously, instantaneously, and eternally.
You just are demonstrating that you don't understand any of the science. So nobody's saying that the energy came into existence.
No, but you're saying quantum field was there at time zero. And when you're making this argument,
it was everything that is.
exactly, which is a fallacy. You're saying time, space, energy was there.
So time seems to be emergent, right? That comes later. I don't know why you keep bringing up time here. We're talking about a metaphysical claim, right? So time appears to be emergent after or from the rapid inflation. So I don't know why you keep bringing up time when we're talking about a metaphysical claim, which is speculation about natural reality that goes beyond what scientific investigation can currently confirm.
And if I may just also
Hold on.
add on to that, there's a buzzword that often goes around that we have been trying to fight against. They call it a god. Very specifically, when they don't know something, they tend to put this god into this blank, just like happens with the contingency argument.
I didn't bring God up yet, Amy. So I don't know why you do that.
I
Taco.
brought God up very specifically because that's where it tends to go with a contingency argument. However, they don't seem to actually make a connection between the necessary part and then this God that they are proposing. I guess you haven't gotten there yet.
Before we derail too much, Taco, even if I grant you that quantum field with its all attributes actually existed in time zero or infinitum, what is your evidence like for this? Because I think also you earlier stated that there's a
Yeah, I've
scientific
got a study
consensus.
for it right here. Give me 2 seconds.
So I'm really curious about the
Doing
consensus
that right
here.
now. So this study backs up my claim. I just linked it in chat. It is spontaneous creation of the universe from nothing, and Ix is very smart and is actually
Is
if
this
you
one
have
by
questions,
Dong Daosheng?
if you have questions about it, he will be able to address any of them. I'm sure.
Sure, I can describe the basics of it. This is the one by Dong Daosheng, right?
Yep.
Also,
Hey.
welcome, X.
How do I find the?
It's in the Heathen Hangout. I'll ping you real fast.
Yeah,
We've also got the. I'll repost the paste bin argument that I misspelled because I'm not very smart, as everybody knows.
Was it IX that can actually make an explanation on the?
I give you the basics
outcome?
of it, yeah. So basically what Dong Daosheng et al., I don't remember all the authors of the paper, were saying is that okay, first of all, it's based on one particular interpretation of quantum mechanics, which there's overdetermined, right? We don't know which is the correct interpretation, or if there's a deeper theory that we don't understand yet. But these are the candidate theories to explain quantum mechanics. If the Bohm interpretation is correct, which is also known as the wave function collapse interpretation, which avoids hidden variables and some issues with non-locality and other stuff, potentially by explaining everything in terms of wave function collapse, then under Bohm, the wave function would be sufficient from initial quantum fields to cause the existence of what's called a metastable false vacuum bubble, which would spontaneously force the virtual particle antiparticle pairs, which are generated by it, apart in such a way that they would not annihilate, which would create expansion and space-time. So time would be the rate at which they were forced apart, because they cannot exist in the same place due to the expansion. And space would be the distance apart that they get, and they're all expressed in terms of the originating quantum fields. It's just one candidate cosmological explanation based on one particular quantum mechanical interpretation. There are many competing ones which are also plausible, but that's one that I'm familiar with.
So I think here you're talking about particles moving, like expanding. Am I getting it correctly? Like if we have to simplify what you just said.
The idea is that if the initial singularity has no space and time, because all there is like is annihilation, creation that never amounts to anything, it would force them apart faster than they could create and annihilate, such that there would be an expansion into space, and the rate of that expansion would be what we call time. And that's what would give us all the constants we observe, including like the cosmological constant for the rate of expansion. It would all be interrelated emergent properties of the metastable false vacuum bubble expanding.
I'll have to make a deep dive on the article before I really can comment on it. But I would like to ask you, IX, maybe you are more familiar with which property would you suggest that should actually exist in order for this universe to come along of a quantum field?
Well, it's the necessary being of this argument I'm presenting, which would be sufficient, right?
It's not, because you are simultaneously addressing that all properties in a quantum field should simultaneously exist.
Well, it would be the necessary being. It couldn't fail to exist. It would have to exist in all possible worlds, right? And on top of that, this study that I just presented supports premise 3. So premise 3 appears to be supported by science. So you can disagree at this point, but at this point, it seems to be a more plausible premise 3 than a god. Do you have a similar study that presents spontaneous creation from nothing by a god? Because if you had that, you could present an opposing premise 3 that supported a god. But if you didn't, we would have to dismiss that possible necessary being, as we have evidence here, which I'll even address later in the argument if we can get past this premise. But I feel like this premise outpowers any other possible plausible candidate, at least for the purposes of this argument, unless you have something better.
Okay, Taco, so what you're actually doing right now is you're just assuming a whole quantum field, like an eternal quantum field, in fact, that should exist.
Yeah, that's what's suggested by science, right?
No, by you, actually, by you.
I just provided a study on it.
No, the study does not explain that this is the necessity for like this
No,
is
no,
a
no, no.
necessary
That's
entity.
the philosophical baggage that I'm pulling into
Exactly.
it, right? That because that has the necessary attribute set that would be required of a necessary being. And so I'm pulling the actual thing that exists that would meet the philosophical attributes of a necessary being into the ontological argument for God as it seems to be backed and real.
It also
or
seems
based and real.
It also seems like Duel is actually just arguing based on divine simplicity as a criteria, but he hasn't stated as such because he claims he's not even arguing about God yet.
Yeah,
But
no
you're claiming
philosopher would ever claim divine. So that's a theological claim. No
no.
philosopher would ever agree to that as a necessary attribute of a necessary being.
I was not, IX. I was not. I was just actually curious about Taco's how about in the like to address the question of the necessary existence, because he mentioned it before I joined to another person. So I was like, I wanted to engage him on that, on what his evidence is, but I think it's more a personal thing for Taco, and it doesn't make sense, Taco. You could.
It does. I just supported it with
Hold
science.
on.
Are you joking my ass?
I wasn't.
Are you joking my ass right now? I just provided scientific
Do not joke
evidence
his
that
ass.
supports premise 3. You have to be joking my ass.
No, it doesn't.
You agreed to the totally nonsensical philosophical premise 1 and premise 2 that I presented without any argument. And then I present something that's supported by science, and you're like fighting me every step of the way. It seems to be totally justified. I have no idea what your contention is. Can you please provide a point of contention? Please provide a point of contention instead of just disagreeing with nothingness. You're just disagreeing and providing nothing. Provide a valid point of contention.
Okay, are you done? Because I was actually not finished. So you like the contention is actually what I actually brought up earlier. So a quantum field is a field that has like multiple attributes embedded to it. So, and you're actually assuming and making a positive claim that these attributes should actually exist simultaneously, instantaneously, all at once, and eternally. But this does not follow. You could actually replace quantum field with the Big Bang and do the same thing, and it would still not make sense.
So the Big Bang is actually the next step. So the quantum field was a metastable vacuum initially, right? And so quantum fluctuations caused this metastable vacuum, instability, and became an unstable, unstable vacuum, I think is what it's called. Basically, there's a Sabine Hofstetter video that she posted recently, and she actually shows some mathematics behind this. But there's like a graph, right? And there's like it goes up a little bit, and then it goes down, and it loops back up, and then it goes down really far, right? And so the metastable vacuum is a point on the graph where it goes up a little bit and it goes down, and there's like a valley, and so it's like sitting in this valley. The quantum fluctuation creates a level of instability that pushes it over that point, that tipping point, right, into this unstable vacuum, right? And so it goes, and so on the graph it basically goes straight down, and then it shoots back up, right? And what that's representing is the rapid inflation, right? And so what happens is this, from my understanding, is this instability causes that rapid inflation, which would be like inflatons it would create the inflaton field, not inflatons, I'm sorry, but inflaton field, from my understanding, which would turn this energy into usable matter, spitting it out into the universe, right? And so I don't know why you would bring up the Big Bang there, because that, from our understanding, would be the Big Bang, that rapid inflation. And if I said anything wrong, feel free to correct me.
I
That's
mean,
approximately right.
so yeah, I mean, I simply said you could replace the quantum field with a Big Bang, and it would still be a nonsensical argument to make, because
No,
the Big Bang's
yeah.
not an explanation for where the Big Bang, originates from. The Big
Yeah,
Bang
we're
originates
talking
from
about
Exactly.
metaphysical
instability.
claims. The Big Bang isn't a metaphysical claim. Metaphysical claims are speculation about natural reality that go beyond what scientific investigation can currently confirm. So the Big Bang we know happened, and I explained how the Big Bang happened right there, right? And so what we're talking about is my metaphysical claim, which is if you accept contingency and a necessary being, my metaphysical claim is that the universal quantum field would be a plausible candidate for a necessary being.
I gotcha. And I'm sorry to tell you.
I've supported that with scientific evidence.
No, you have not, because you can break it down to attributes, okay? And you have to single them out. You can't just make a statement and, I mean, you can of course do it, but it would be a bad one, where you actually suppose that all of these attributes should coexist eternally and simultaneously and instantaneously.
I don't know why you're applying the attribute of eternality to these other attributes. That's weird.
My friend,
so what
my
I
friend.
said was that so what you're saying is totally off topic and unrelated. You're making claims that are totally weird. What I said was that it satisfies the traditional attributes of a necessary being, such as eternal, uncaused, self-sufficient, and the source of all of their existence, right? So eternal is an attribute that is applied seemingly by all scientists, all physicists, all quantum physicists, to energy or quantum fields.
Okay, so again, let me just break it down for you, Taco.
There's literally a law
in any quantum field. In any quantum field, you have multiple attributes. Actually, in any quantum field, such as space, time, and energy, and actually also gravity, because there is a gravitational pull. And these are fundamental things that just exist in the universe. You can't just assume that this entire universal quantum field should exist on its own when it subsists of multiple attributes, as I mentioned.
I'm not just assuming it. I presented a study that suggests that's the case.
Also, the attempt to describe it in a more simple fashion, in like a more parsimonious and unified way, is what quantum mechanics and gravity research is trying to arrive at. Right? A unified field theory could potentially describe everything with fewer entities and fewer equations, and that's perfectly within the goals of a perfected physics to posit that exists. It would still be something that is a better derivation or explanation of the fields mathematically. It would still like fit exactly into what anyone's talking about when they're talking about the universe originating from quantum fields, regardless of whether it's one field that we previously described in 17 different equations and turns out to be one equation, or whether there's just 17 that exist eternally and we don't know why. Whatever the physics ends up to be mathematically described as, that's going to be the thing that we're going to point to and say that's the most fundamental thing.
Okay, just to tackle, the study does not show that quantum fields are the necessary existence.
No, that's my philosophical claim.
So don't go back to your study as your evidence. Please don't do
it's
that.
Evidence that for my philosophical claim.
Good, but it is not a universal evidence in science.
Well, science would never make a philosophical claim like I'm making.
And your philosophical
Scientists aren't
claim,
idiots like me, right?
sorry to say that, your philosophical claim is a bad one. That's just where I'm getting at, because
Well, no, it's
quantum
not.
field-
It's actually backed by science. I
No, it's
just
not.
presented a study that supports it. I don't know why you keep saying that.
It's not. No, it's not. It's not backed by science. A quantum
I
field.
literally just presented a study on it, and you're just so right now. What you're doing is you're denying the self-evident truth in your unrighteousness. You can literally click that link and read it. It is evident to even the most ignorant man just by clicking a link. It is undeniable. You can read the words, and then you can read the pastebin link with my misspelled title.
Yeah, but the thing
and
is,
you can understand how it supports the premise 3. That's in a totally nonsensical argument with a premise 1 and premise 2 that you should not have agreed with because they're totally nonsense philosophical claims.
With your premise 3, you're assuming the entire quantum field of the universe to exist with all its like subsidiaries as particles that is flying around, space, time, gravity, and all other physical laws that we actually can observe. But you have to choose one of these subsidiaries or attributes, call it whatever you want.
I think you just ignored everything I said and went on to your next point.
I tried not to. I don't think I ignored anything.
Science, at least this one study that I presented, seems to support, and then some laws and whatnot, and that type of thing, right? But seem to agree with my premise 3, which is what I keep referencing. And you keep acting like it's unsupported. And I'm only saying it's a possible candidate. You're denying the possibility. Is there a contradiction?
Yes, because
what's the contradiction?
The contradiction is you're assuming all attributes could coexist simultaneously, eternally, instantaneously, at once.
Those are the standard.
For example, the particle.
Those are the standard attributes that are applied to a necessary being by philosophers. Are you disagreeing with the standard attributes that are applied to the term necessary being? Uncaused, eternal, self-sufficient, and the source of all of their existence.
No, I don't have any problem with that. My problem is...
then what's your contention? Where's the contradiction with those? You just said... Wait. No. So you just said that there's a contradiction between all these terms existing.
Yes.
And then you agreed to the necessary being having all of those. So do you think that the necessary being is a contradiction?
No. And I'll tell you what the contradiction was that you made. The contradiction of multiple agents existing at once and simultaneously, like space, time,
No. You're wrong.
energy.
So in that state, it was the most unified. So entropy is order to disorder. So it was a state of maximum order. You could say it was a singularity.
Yeah, again, but even if it was a singularity, the singularity is dependent on time, on space, and all the energy that it has. So let me just make it more simple for you.
Just so you know, no philosopher has ever said that there is only one necessary being. Maybe theologians arguing for God, but no philosopher has ever agreed to that attribute.
There should at least be one necessary entity for us to come around.
So are you saying that there's an attribute of singularity that should be applied to the necessary being?
What defines singularity?
Let me Google singularity real quick.
No, I just want your definition in this statement.
The state, fact, quality, or condition of being singular.
So, can you repeat the question again?
Do you think that there should be an attribute called singularity applied to the necessary being?
The necessary being should be beyond anything that we can observe, even what we
That's
consider
not
as singularity.
true. That's not true. You just made that up. No philosopher has ever attributed that, except for maybe like theologians arguing for some type of transcendental being.
It would strike me very weird if the if the necessary entity was within the universe, because it is the causer of the. It has to be the causer of the universe. How would it be rendered down to an element of the universe? So naturally, it should exist out. I'll not say out. Yeah, maybe I'll just say it. Naturally, it should exist prior to the universe.
Do it, go
and
crazy.
thereby also outside it, because the universe is only a property.
Perfect. So I totally disagree. No philosopher ever would agree with it. But fortunately, your personal belief that seems to be totally unjustified and random and totally arbitrary, your personal belief, the universal quantum field should satisfy that attribute. So when you talk about the universe right now, you're talking about like the local representation of the universe from the rapid inflation, right? So the time began to exist as a emergent property of this rapid inflation, right? So when we're talking about the singularity, we're talking outside of this universe because there was no time.
Yes, there was no time to begin with. There was no space to begin with. There was no particles, no energy, no nothing.
Well, there was energy.
You're using the word before time to describe that situation?
No, I was just like, because now he's actually making an argument against himself, because he was suggesting that all of these physical laws that we actually observe should coexist within the gravitational field throughout the universe simultaneously. However, you will be dependent on time, right?
You're just making that up.
I think of time as an emergent characteristic of reality that we were able to use our memory to observe the passing of and make predictions based on patterns. We know, we know the sun comes up, goes around the earth goes around the sun, and it's rotating and all this, and so we know that we've got this stuff figured out, so we can make reasonably good, actually quite good predictions on what the next day is, when it's going to be bright and when it's going to go dark.
So
stuff.
He just ignored what I said to him a few minutes ago, right? With that response, I said that time was an emergent property of the rapid inflation, right? So what he said there was just off topic, right? You keep providing non-answers to your. I asked you for points of contention, and you keep providing off-topic responses and making up things. How do we proceed forward in this conversation?
Okay, maybe we should not prolong it much more, but I'll break it down one more time for you.
Because premise 3 appears to be supported by science. I don't know what your point of contention is.
My point of contention is that you cannot select all properties and attributes within a space all at once. You have to choose from one and try to build your argument from that attribute that you have actually chosen, instead of saying they should all exist simultaneously.
I did. I said the universal quantum field.
Yeah, and the universal quantum field, my friend.
It's like the summary of everything.
Exactly. It has many subsidiaries. It has billions
Totally
of
irrelevant.
particles.
That's just your personal disagreement. It doesn't actually stop it from meeting the necessary property sets that I assigned. You're just saying I disagree, and I'm saying I don't care. The summary that I provided, the universal quantum field, I don't know if I'm using the right term there, whatever, but you understand what I'm saying. But the universal quantum field meets those necessary attributes of the classical necessary being.
Okay, so
and you can have a proposition that does include multiple characteristics. For example, you could say space is made up of three axes, X, Y, and Z, and you can combine them all and put them all in the same proposition if you want, and that's valid.
But we are not only talking about.
Can I read the rest of this argument? Because right now it's just an unfounded disagreement.
I was going to respond to your earlier statement.
I want the rest of the audience to hear this argument, because right now you're just saying I disagree and nobody cares. You have not provided any points of contention. You have provided no philosopher that agrees with you. You have provided no science that backs up anything what you're saying. You're just saying I disagree, and I'm saying I don't care until you back it up.
Okay, will you just give me 30 seconds uninterruptedly, and that will be my last words, and then I'll leave.
I want to read this argument. I want to hear, maybe not hear what you have to say. Okay, well, I don't know. You just want to
Is that fine? Is that fine? I'll just make a summary of what actually happened, and you can disagree with me, of course. So just for the sake of the audience, Taco is saying the universal gravitational field is the necessary entity, which actually means the universe itself. Okay, so he is assuming that the universe has always been here. Thereby, he is ignoring all the qualities that actually had to coexist simultaneously, spontaneously, eternally, and essentially, all at once, which is, in my worldview, and I think in any worldview, is a contradiction, because you're just making a huge assumption of all qualities that we can observe in the universe should just exist for us to exist, which is, of course, no shit. Of course, the universe has to exist for us to exist, but the main question remains, where did the universe come from? And thereby you could... I'm not finished.
I give you 30 seconds, sir.
Okay, 30 more then.
Just let him finish.
Okay.
Let me finish, please.
Let him wrap up.
Yeah. So the universe is made up by, I'll just give the main denominators of the qualities. So space, time, gravity, and energy. But he's assuming that all should exist at once. I think the argument is very weak. You should maybe break it down to one attribute and go from there. Otherwise, it doesn't really make much sense. But yeah, that's my view. Thank you.
Thank you for your conclusion there. So, you kicked him. So I feel
he said
like
he was going to leave after you made the statement.
I feel like it's evident
he left on his own accord. I didn't remove him.
Everybody that was present that he totally misunderstands reality. He did not understand anything what was said to him. And as I mentioned, it is evident to everybody that was present that he is simply denying the self-evident truth of our shared naturalistic atheistic reality that has been revealed to us through both natural and special revelation in his unrighteousness. And we know that these base naturalistic presuppositions that he's borrowed from our worldview and co-opted into his made-up reality are not sufficient to provide him with a grand level of intelligibility of the universe. And so he's sitting there listening to us and hearing gobbledygook. All right, next person. Sorry, I had to get that off my chest.
He also called it a grand gravitational field, despite and he said that space, time, and gravity had to all pre-exist simultaneously. But the whole point of what we were saying is that space, time, and gravity would have emerged from the instability of the metastable false vacuum, not that they existed in the sense of already being present as the fields, right? So if it's the case that there's not a gravity field or a space field or a time field, but there are 17 fields, which might turn out to be one unified field, which explain how space, time, and gravity all emerge from the instability of those fields, then no, the claim is not that the things that we know and love, like space, time, and gravity, are omnipresent or one of the fields. The claim is that they're derivative from or emergent from the fields themselves. And it's I know like everyone wants to get into a like, well, what happens before time, and how can something be, before time, and what happen, like it's more like if you have a graph
in a land
and one axis is labeled time and the other axis is labeled something that's not time, it's perfectly reasonable to graph things that are in the dimension that aren't on the time dimension. And that's what the fields are, essentially, right? They're dimensions of mathematical description, which are not moving in the time axis. They're moving in axes orthogonal to that. And the claim is that the existence of a time axis and space-time axes, which are interrelated, comes from these other orthogonal axes. So asking how can something be before time or cause time is just kind of missing the point, that there are other dimensions in which something can be described and exist, and that does appear to be what the theory suggests is the case.
Olisonite, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
Yep. I'm great. How are you?
Doing well. What's on your mind?
I was hearing Taco describe about the contingency argument, and I was just wondering how he was defining a necessary being or contingency.
Were you asking how is defining necessary being?
Yeah.
Eternal, uncaused, self-sufficient, and the source of all of their existence would be general attributes that would be applied to it. It would be basically, it would have to exist in all possible worlds.
Mm-hmm. So
what's up, organic?
Yeah,
and
I
my
see
heart
that in
goes out
your
to you, Reverb.
paste bin it says that it does. Then there must be a necessary being that does not depend on anything else. So, is it about dependence, or is it about existing in all possible worlds?
Well, necessary being would not be dependent on anything, right? It's just like a parody of the ontological argument for God, but it's that's just what philosophers would say about it, right? It wouldn't depend on anything else for its existence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, from my understanding, how philosophers use the modal notion of necessity and dependence is different, right? Because the dependence is explanatory notion, right? And you said that dependence means that it does not depend. It doesn't owe its existence or character to something else, right? But I think that there are counter examples, right? That to your claim that if it's necessary, then it does not owe its existence to something else, because there are, I guess,
like root facts.
That was not what I was thinking. Maybe let's look at math, right? The sets containing natural numbers, right? The set containing natural numbers depends on the natural numbers, right? To exist, even though it exists in all possible, right? It's a necessary truth. So is an example of a dependent and yet necessary proposition, right? That's one example. I mean, another example I can give is that if God exists, right? God's belief, they are necessary, right? It's not like it is possible because given his definition, right, of omniscience.
So can you define necessary being real quick according to how you would define necessary being?
I would how philosophers use necessary being, as I've mentioned, would be what you said initially, right? That it could not have failed to exist, right? It exists in all possible worlds, but you conflated that with the idea of dependence, and that's my problem, right? Because they are not necessarily bound together, right? They are separate concepts. Yeah.
So
go on.
I feel like the mathematics example could have been equivocation, although I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think so because because dependence means that it does not owe its existence or character to something else, right? When X depends on Y, X exists is the way it is because Y exists, right? Or it is the way it is. So definitely for the set of natural numbers, right? It has to owe its existence to the natural numbers, right? And they are separate things, right? They're separate entities, right? The set and the natural numbers, and yet it is something that is the set of natural numbers are necessary, right? I mean, I could give another example, right? If we talk about God and the universe, right? For example, if God necessarily emanated the universe, right? The universe would be necessary, but in that case, right, it still depends its existence to God because it still owes its existence to God, right? But it is a necessary entity, right? The universe, because it stands necessarily for God. Yeah.
So go back to the argument. So are you just saying I need to define it differently? So do you disagree with premise 2? Are you saying that you disagree with premise 2? You don't think that if everything in the world is contingent, there doesn't need to be a necessary being? Because I did a Google search and I found several cosmological arguments that include these exact words in them. And so I'm saying, are you disagreeing? What are you disagreeing with exactly with my argument here? Where's the disagreement with premise 2? Because it sounds like you agree with premise 1.
I don't agree with premise 1 because even about contingency, right, should not be conflated with dependency as well, right? Contingency and necessities are modern notions.
So let's just change it to everything in this world is dependent, which means that it depends on everything else for its existence. If everything in this world is dependent, then there must be a necessary being that does not depend on anything else for its existence. Is that better?
Then I would say that your argument wouldn't be a true parody, right? Because it now it's not relying on modal notions, but it's relying on explanatory notions of dependence. And I don't think the argument will be valid, especially premise 6, right? Because if S5, right, if you are using S5 modal logic, that if X is possibly necessary, then it is necessary. It is only true given that you are using.
Wait. So if I change that to dependent for you, then you grant it all the way to premise 6, is what you're saying.
I've not read through your.
So you're granting empirical observations and mathematical models suggest that everything in this world is dependent on the universal quantum field because it is the medium through which all physical interactions occur. And then you're also granting Therefore, it is possible that the universal quantum field is a necessary being in this world because it is the only thing that does not depend on anything else for its existence. And then S5 modal logic is where you're having the contention. So premise 6, if the universal quantum field is possibly necessary in one world, then it is necessary in all worlds because necessary truths are true in all possible worlds. So what's the contention?
Then you are equivocating, right? Even though I have not examined each and every premise, but I'm saying that if you are using contingency as in dependency, right, in the first two premises, then you swap the meaning of contingency and necessity in premise 6, then that will be equivocation, right?
So I change it to dependent though.
Yeah, but it doesn't apply because S5 does not apply to the explanatory notions of dependence. S5 is a modal logic, right, which has to rely on the metaphysical understanding of possibility, necessity, and contingency, right? So,
but you agreed that it's possibly necessary in one world, which would make it necessary in all worlds, right?
Only if you are using the modal notions of possibilities and necessity, but you are not, right? Once you have swapped.
We did. You said premise 5, you agreed. Therefore, it is possible that the universal quantum field is a necessary being in this world because it is the only thing that does not depend on anything else for its existence.
Yeah, but the possibility and necessity senses, right, in premise 5 would be different from premise 6 because you have swapped. Because you have swapped the idea of necessity with dependence instead of it being true in all possible worlds.
Because you're not the dependence
in by the first two premises. That's how you define it,
but it doesn't
right?
depend on anything. What's the? I'm sorry, I don't understand the contention.
Yeah, because what I'm saying is that S5, right, only works, right, premise 6 only works if you are using a necessity as in it's true in all possible worlds and possibility as in it is true in at least one possible world. However, in premise 1...
necessary being would be true in all possible worlds. It's possibly the necessary being in one world. Is that what I need to say?
No, you can. What I'm saying is that you cannot use the explanatory notion of dependence, which is what you are trying to do in the first two premises up until premise 5, right? Because premise 5, even in premise 5, you did mention that because it is the only thing that does not depend on anything else for its existence. Then in premise 6, you have changed the sense in which you are using necessary to the modern notion that it is true in all possible worlds. But before that, you are using necessary truths in a different sense.
So before, I was talking about necessary being, and that it's exists in all possible worlds.
No, you said that you wanted to swap it to mean that you're just changing it to be consistently mean that it's dependent, right? Necessary means that is not dependent on anything else for its existence. Right? And so this argument will be invalid because there is an equivocation. Right? And that S5 wouldn't work.
I literally say necessary being in there, which is talking about all possible worlds. So are you disagreeing that contingent is dependent?
Yes. I'm disagreeing that contingency, right, and entails that it is dependent. And I've just cited a counter example, right, with the idea of the set of natural numbers and, the universe necessarily emanating from God. So, right, I've cited counter examples, and I'm saying that this is a conceptual confusion, right, between contingency and dependence, as well as necessity and dependence. There are 4 possibilities. It can be contingently necessary. It can be necessarily dependent, right? It could be independently necessary, right? It can also be dependently contingent.
So
right?
you're saying that I've demonstrated that this is actually possible in this world, and I'm jumping from this being demonstrated to being actually possible to be the necessary being in this world to jumping to necessary, like a grand necessary truth. Is that what you're saying? And it's equivocation, because rather than talking about a concept, I proved some type of actual possible necessary being in this world according to these premises, if you accept them, up
No,
to
I'm
5.
saying that you proved. I guess if you I guess this argument will be valid up until premise 5, but it would just be an idiosyncratic understanding of necessary being and possibility, right?
So
But
a necessary being, though, is required in all possible worlds,
right?
Which you agreed to in premise 2. Then there must be a necessary being that does not depend on anything else for its existence.
Yep.
So I don't understand how there's any equivocation when I'm talking about that from premise 2.
I'm saying that for an entire argument to work from 1 through 8, right? From 1 through 8, you have to use the ideas of necessity and possibility as well as contingency consistently, right? In the same sense. And what I'm saying here is that you have you have conflated dependency as well as the modern notions of contingency and necessity.
So contingent necessity is possibility. I mean, we are talking about like actual possibility with contingency and necessity in the initial argument, and then you're disagreeing with how theists use the ontological argument for some reason. So I'm swapping it to dependency for you, and you're telling me that it's equivocation. So
what I'm saying is that if you want, you can define terms as and like however you want it to be, right? You can define terms as however you want it to be, as long as it is the argument is ultimately sound, right? But I'm saying that you can't prove anything with your current argument from premise 1 through 8 because you have used the modern notions inconsistently, right? That's what I'm saying. Is an invalid argument.
So it sounded like you think that there is a necessary being that's God. I'd love to hear your argument for that.
Okay, so we are moving on
Do you
from
have it
this.
written out so we can read it as you go through it?
Not exactly, but I'm just saying that here. No, I'm not trying to argue for God at this moment, right? I'm just trying to say that there is a problem with the current argument because there is a conceptual confusion, as well as that there is this equivocation, right? So, do you recognize that or no?
I don't know. I'm dumb. I'm going to look into this. You might be lying to me. I don't know, right? I listen to what people tell me, and I go look at it and try to make sure if I'm not 100% on something. I disagree. I think you're incorrect here, and I'm going to go double check because I'm intellectually honest. But earlier, you did make a claim that there was, and it's interesting you agreed all the way up to 5. So if we had agreed up to 5, anyways, you said earlier that there was an actual God, you did make that claim. You said that the universal quantum field would depend on the God, which is really dumb. But I would love to hear that.
I didn't say that. I was just citing an example. I'm saying that suppose, right, that I'm saying that as I've mentioned, because I was trying to distinguish between two different concepts, right, which you have conflated. I said that dependency as well as necessity can be separated, right? And I'm saying that, and I'm citing you an example of something that can be dependent.
Can you point
yet
out the
necessary.
exact problem for me then, since you don't want to do your argument? So in premise 6, can you go to the exact problem, like write it out in Heathen Hangout, and how we can correct it? Show me how to correct this then. If you are, show me how to correct. How do I correct any form of equivocation? Show me how to do this.
Yeah,
Let's go.
to correct this, you just have to remove the idea of the explanatory notion of dependency throughout this argument, and that will make it valid already.
So where would I do that?
Premise 1, premise 2, anything that when you use the word depend, right, it should not be there, because as I explained, that dependency shouldn't be conflated with modality. So
all right. So if everything in this world is contingent, then there must be a necessary being, and just remove dependency because that's a traditional attribute of necessary being.
Everything in this world is contingent. If you say that it's contingent, means that it could have failed to exist. Not it depends on something else for its existence, right? It's that it could have failed to exist.
Okay, so if everything in the world is contingent, then there must be a necessary being. Is that what you think that should be?
Then, if everything in this world is contingent, then there must be a necessary being. I'm not sure that follows. Why that? I mean, I feel that this is a mix as well of a contingency argument as well as an ontological argument, right? Because contingency is also slightly different from possibility, right? Contingency means that it could have failed to exist. Possibility just means, at least metaphysical possibility means that it exists in at least one possible world, right? So, this argument, I have not examined like it premise by premise, but when upon first look at it, right, I think that there.
So we're on premise 2, right? Just what's wrong with premise? Like you're telling me there's something wrong with it. What do you think should be corrected in premise 2? I'm writing it out in text exactly as you're telling me to. I'm trying to help you through this because you're not actually telling me what needs to be corrected. So
I mean, I'm telling you what's the problem with the argument. I'm not exactly sure how to correct it, but I'm just pointing out that there is a fallacy here. I don't have to.
Would
tell
you guys
that.
be amenable to hashing this out and like working on the argument later? Because it's hard work to go through the details of the argument. Try to make a revised version of it, but sometimes it can result in an improved argument, or sometimes you can find that there's just an irreconcilable problem. But it's often the case that arguments have issues that need to be tinkered with. If you guys are amenable to talking about it in detail later, and we could get some other philosophers to help you guys, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think I can shift the focus to the idea of I guess the ontological argument, right? I'll present an argument of my own, right? To be fair, so I'm sure. Are you for any one of you familiar with the Plantinga's modal ontological argument?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So then I guess I do have to present it premise by premise. So what is
No, you
the
do.
problem with? Oh,
This is a show,
I do.
right? It's not just you're talking to me. It's you're talking to a bunch of people who are listening who want to
Okay.
understand what you're talking about. So you got to lay it out. Yeah.
Sure. Then let's start from the beginning, right? So a possible world is just a metaphysical alternative, right? Ways that the actual world could have been, right? And we say that something is necessary when it is the case that in every possible world, right, that thing would be instantiated, right? So if A is necessary, then there is no possible world in which A is false. On the other hand, when we say something is possible, that means there is it is the case that in at least one possible world it is instantiated. So there is a possible world where I do not exist, right? But there is also a possible world where I do exist, right? Which is the actual world, right? And but that there is no possible world that water is H3O because it goes against the nature of water, right? So that is metaphysically impossible, right, for water to be H3O because the nature of being water is to be H2O. So that's how I guess the context of possible worlds would be, and then we can start to define the a maximally excellent being, right? So a maximally excellent being would be omnipotent, omniscient, and perfectly good in its world. And another definition that I will introduce here is a maximally great being, right? A maximally great being will be maximally excellent in every world, right? So basically, he's omnipotent, omniscient, and perfectly good in every possible world. So that's a maximally great being. And so in the argument, I will use the S5, right, which is that possible that, and I will move from metaphysical possibility to metaphysical necessity, right, through modal logic, right, called S5, right, and so anything that is possible will be necessarily possible, and anything that is possibly necessary would be necessary, right? And so and I guess I can give some motivations, right, for this intuitive understanding, right? The technical explanation will be a bit complex, but let's just understand the consequences of S5 as I have stipulated intuitively. So if we think about impossibilities, right, like square circles. So if in some possible world, right, like our world, our actual world, square circles are logically contradictory, then it would highly seem that square circles would be logically contradictory in every possible world, right? It can't be that in some alternative universe or some possible world that square circles do exist, right? So it is, and in any other possible worlds, that the square circles would be also metaphysically impossible, right? So what about mathematical truths, right? If there is some possible that 2 + 2 equals 4, then every possible world would
Dude, just
instantiate
render the
that as well.
argument.
Okay, sure. I'm just
Premise
setting up
by
the
premise.
context, right? So
Dude, just...
okay. Then the first premise, right? I'm done. So I'll just get to the premise. So premise 1, there is some possible world where maximal greatness is instantiated. Then premise 2 is that there is some possible world where a being has maximal excellence in every world, right? By definition. And if there is some possible world where a being has maximal excellence in every world, then the being has maximal excellence in every world. Okay, so the next premise will be, if some being has maximal excellence in every world, then it is omniscient, omnipotent, and omnibenevolent in every world, right? And so by definition again, therefore some being has maximal excellence in every world. And so premise 6 would be that therefore some being is omniscient, omnipotent, and omnibenevolent in every world.
So
and it follows.
This is different from the Plantinga's ontological argument the modal ontological argument that I'm familiar with.
Right.
So
it's essentially his, but it's just my.
Is this a new version that he came up with, or is this your version of it?
This is his version. This is his version, but it's just that his version is a bit more. His version is a bit more succinct, and it's harder to understand. So I represented it in this way, but it's essentially his. It's not my work.
Okay, because
yeah,
as I understand it, it's premise 1: God's defined as a being with maximal greatness, including necessary existence in all possible worlds. Therefore, God's not contingent. Premise 2: it's possible God exists. Premise 3: it's possible God exists. Then God exists in some possible worlds. Premise 4: if God exists in some possible worlds, God necessarily exists in all possible worlds. Premise 5: if God exists in all possible worlds, then God exists in the actual world. Premise 6: if God exists in the actual world, then God exists. Conclusion: therefore God exists. You're working off the same argument, right?
It's essentially the same, but yeah, I would just focus on this formulation, right? Because he does talk about maximal excellence as well. He builds the idea of maximal greatness from the idea of a maximally excellent being, right? If you have read his book on this, that's how he has represented his argument. So I think this is true to his understanding of the MOA as well.
So premise 2 is question begging, it claims that necessary existence is a property of the thing that's said to possibly necessarily exist. So it's just defining the plausibility of premise one into the definition of what it is. So let's just take a parity argument, right? Let's define a unicorn as an equine, necessarily existent being with one horn, right? It's possible that a necessarily existent unicorn exists. It's possible that the necessarily existent unicorn exists. The necessarily existing unicorn exists in some possible worlds. It a necessary existing unicorn existing in some possible worlds, then a necessary existing unicorn exists in all possible worlds. A necessarily existing unicorn exists in all possible worlds. A necessarily existing unicorn exists in the actual world. If a necessary existing unicorn exists in the actual world, then a necessarily existing unicorn exists. Therefore, a necessarily existing unicorn exists, right? So the argument is goes through if you accept the way premise one and premise two work, right? Because we've just defined it as necessarily existent and having a certain property. And then accepting that means you've just question begged the argument from its conclusion in premise two.
Yep. I think I would argue that I guess the symmetry breaker that I'll present is that the unicorn, right, isn't exactly maximally great, right? Because if the unicorn is
maximally equine. Look, the point is, whatever you're going to say greatness is, it's going to be some like arbitrary criteria that you've decided, some scale, some hierarchy, some like imposed thing, which we don't have any reason to accept philosophically as being the necessary scale of properties, right? And so if we think equineness is the supreme property, we can, define unicorns as maximally equine because they have one horn. Because like the point is, you can just make up these maximal properties, and they're question begging in this argument because the necessary existence is just their property. So concluding that a necessarily existing unicorn exists because a unicorn is defined as a necessarily existing unicorn is question begging.
Would you say that that what makes the unicorn greater, right, is that it has knowledge? Or would you say that it's the same greatness?
Which things you consider great is subjective, right?
Not exactly. So would you say that it is great? I mean, would it be greater for the unicorn to have knowledge than for it to have no knowledge? I mean,
it depends on what we mean by great, right? Like if equineness is the supreme property that is considered most great, then you can posit the supreme equine as existing. The point is, it doesn't matter what property you posit. If you define it as necessarily existing and necessarily having that property, and then your conclusion is that the necessary thing exists and has that property, it's question begging. You're just defining your conclusion.
Yeah, the reason why I have to ask you that whether it's better, right, or it's greater for a unicorn to have knowledge rather than it is not, is that I'm trying to let you see that I'm not just defining, right, God into existence, right?
If you don't understand why a question begging argument is a problem, we could look at other problems with the argument. Do you want to see other problems with the argument?
Sure, but I want to explain why I think it is not question begging, right? Because I think that because I'm not defining the God into existence, but I'm examining the nature of what it means to be maximally great, right? And from there, I logically deduce, right, that it has this necessary property, right?
Like whatever your starting point is about what you think the thing is, it doesn't matter. The point is we can replace maximal greatness with anything. It's the form of the argument, which is just defining it into existence and necessary existence. In premise two, it's just saying it's possible the thing exists. That's just assuming the conclusion.
Why?
Look, if the thing that you're saying exists possibly isn't, or it is, it could be the case that it's not possible, right? And it could be the case that it doesn't exist. But what you're saying is, well, if it could be defined as being necessary, then necessariness is a property which would make it actually exist. If I posit a different necessary thing, like the necessary equine unicorn, because it's maximally
Right.
equine or whatever, and fill in the blank,
Right.
just ignore the content of whatever that property is. It's just logically invalid because it assumes the conclusion. Premise 2 just says the conclusion.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So what you're saying is, let me just human you here. But what you're saying
Necessariness
is,
is a property which just
Yep.
assumes existence, right? So if you say it's possible that it's necessary, and then you conclude it exists, you're just saying a necessary thing exists. It's not informative. This isn't like the whole argument is unnecessary. You could have just said, look, I think it's possible that God exists, and I choose to believe that necessary things exist. But there's no force to the argument. It's just question begging.
Mhm. Okay, let me human you. What you're saying is that I can easily posit another entity, right? Like the greatest possible pizza, right? Right.
It doesn't even have to
I
be
can
the
just say
greatest.
that,
You could literally just posit any property. If you
right? I
think
can.
that the thing is necessary, and then you reason from it being necessary possibly to actually existing, all
Mhm.
you're doing is just assuming that necessary things exist by definition, which you do, because that's how it's
Yeah.
defined when you say it's
So
necessary.
yeah, let me human you here. So you're just saying that I can define any property to be necessary, right? I can define you just like how you define the unicorn to be necessary. I can define the greatest pizza, right, as necessary, right? So it is arbitrary how I have made God necessary. Is that what you're
Everything
saying?
from premise
Essentially?
2 to conclusion is just restating the definition of necessary things.
So what I've said, would it be an accurate representation of what you're saying, or no? That what you're essentially saying is that is arbitrary how I've defined God to be necessary.
It doesn't matter why you think a thing is necessary. If you say that it's possibly necessary, and then you run
Right.
this argument, you're just saying if it's possibly necessary, then it is existent, right? But that's just the definition of necessary. Going from possibly necessary to it's actually existent and necessary is a fallacious conclusion because you're just assuming the conclusion in premise 2.
No, yeah, but it is not, because it is not by logical necessity, but it is by metaphysical necessity through examining the nature of what it means to be God. So it is not simply just a logical necessity. And so that's why it is not a question begging. I'm not just analytically deriving, right, God existence in the actual world, right?
That
And
is what it means to question beg. Yes, you are.
yeah, but I'm saying that I'm not doing that because I'm working to metaphysical necessity, right? Instead of logical necessity. I'm not just defining my way through. And the reason why I say that is because, right, as I said, I examine the idea of what it means to be maximally great, right? Because I'm not sure about you, but I believe that there is some sort of objective value, right? And that is substantiated by our intuitions, right, of what is valuable and what is disvaluable, right? And so from that understanding, that we can intuit some idea of what is value, right? There's some degree of value that can be instantiated in the real world. From there, we can work what are some things that are valuable and what are some things that are not, right? Like knowledge, right? Goodness, right? Power. These are properties which we will say they are great making properties. And from there, right, we can therefore
Look,
say,
let me just give you Alvin Plantinga's own mea culpa. He says, quote, "Our verdict on these reformulated versions of St. Anselm's arguments must be as follows. They cannot perhaps be said to prove or establish their conclusion," his own words. "But since it is rational to accept the central premise, they do show that it is irrational to accept the conclusion." So they're not saying that the possible necessity of something can guarantee its conclusion. They're only saying that if you like the premise of a maximally great being, that you can tell yourself that maximal greatness could guarantee its existence because you choose to think about it that way. There's no force to the argument. Alvin Plantinga says so. He's just saying that it's a comfort to Christians to feel like they're being logical if they just assume the conclusion or assume the central premise, right? So we don't have a reason to accept the central premise of the maximally great being or the maximally equine unicorn or anything else. And there's nothing about saying that it's possibly necessary that guarantees that it actually exists. Alvin Plantinga says so. This has no force in his own words, except for people who choose to accept the premise. So do you have another argument?
I think that is a misrepresentation of Plantinga's, but I would say that
it's a direct quote.
Yep, but what I think he is saying there, right, is that there are certain he's in support of S5, right? So I'm not sure why he would say that it is simply an assumption, right? And S5, right, modal logic, even outside of the MOA, right, is the strongest and most accepted form of modal logic. So it's not that S5 is simply just an assumption that is just thrown, right, just arbitrarily to actually support the MOA, right? It is not, right? S5 is a logic that we can use to explore metaphysics, and that is exactly what we are doing here with the ontological argument, right? And I can support each and every premise, right? So I don't understand what's the contention here. So I guess I don't want to be beholden to Plantinga's, right? Maybe I have a misunderstanding of him, right? But
yeah,
just focus on my argument, right? And say what's wrong with my argument.
You
right?
don't
Instead
understand his argument, so I don't think it makes sense to engage with a separate argument based on your misunderstanding of his. He, by his own admission, does not present this as an argument that a possibly necessary thing necessarily exists. He only presents it as a claim if a Christian believes the central premise, right, that the maximally great being could be the great explainer of everything, that they could then think that that being would necessarily exist. You don't have to accept the central premise, right? So it's not just if you accept modal logic, then possibly necessary things do exist, right? You can just posit any parity argument you like, and you get like maximally necessary equine unicorns or any other positive thing. Just fill in the blank with absurdities. That's not the argument he's even making, because by his own admission, it doesn't have force to do that. It's only a way to describe how you think the universe works according to a maximally great God being, if you believe that. It has no force to get you to believe the maximally great God being. It's not convincing in that way. It's just a way for Christians to think about the universe, and he admits that.
Firstly, is definitely not an argument just for Christians, right? Because it is about a maximally excellent being, which can apply to any religion. And as I've mentioned, right, this argument is definitely convincing, even if Plantinga.
We reject premise one. Premise two is question begging. He admits that this is the case, that it doesn't have the force that you think it does. We could go through a list of like 5 or 10 problems that the argument has. I think we
can move on, right? Because as I said, I'm not beholden to Plantinga's, right? You can attack the argument directly, right? And tell me exactly what's wrong with the argument.
The worst arguments in like apologetics. So maybe you have a better one.
Sure. I mean, you said that there are many problems. You can go on to another problem, right? Because
you want to hear more?
Sure.
Since you shouldn't be necessary, since him admitting that it just doesn't do what you think it does seems like enough reason to move on. But okay.
Okay, sure. If you want to hold, as I've mentioned, I think there is a misunderstanding of Plantinga's, right? But I would say that if you look at Rasmussen, you can look at Rasmussen, you can look at Alexander Proust, right? They all think that the ontological argument is sound, and they think that it is convincing. So if you want to use Plantinga's words against me, I can simply appeal to another two philosophers, right? So I don't think that's the point.
Accept the central premise. We get that. There's no force that requires you to accept the central premise.
Sure, but they think that it should. But they think that it is appealing. They think that it should be appealing to any rational, right, agent in this world.
It's cool that they think that, but if you don't accept the maximally great being must exist premise, none of the other things, that the maximally great being possibly exist premise to explain everything.
Yeah.
It just has no
Right.
force, right? So people who aren't already convinced that that's like supremely rational are not convinced by this argument. Besides all the other logical
And I have an
problems.
argument. I have an argument to support the possibility premise, right? You're just saying that I'm just assuming it, but I'm saying no. I can provide an argument to support the possibility premise, the metaphysical possibility of existence.
So
Right?
the question is not merely to support the metaphysical possibility of existence. The question is, why should there be a maximally great being to explain it, right? So we have lots of metaphysics which could explain existence without positing a maximally great being. They seem like at least equal probable, if not more probable, because there's some evidence to support that they're plausible and likely without just like logic poofing them into existence. So anyone who's more convinced by those arguments, which have some evidence in their favor, is just like uninterested in it.
Okay, you're not exactly providing an argument against my position, right? I'm just trying to understand exactly what's wrong with the argument, right? I disagree with you about question begging, and you said that you can just have parody arguments, and I've also disagreed with you about that, right? And I said that it's because I'm examining the idea of having value in the world, right? And thereby concluding that there is a maximally great being, and any parody that you have posited, right? They are not actually maximally great. They aren't true parodies.
Look, the point is not to show that the unicorn is like a plausible premise. The point is it doesn't matter what you fill the blank with. It's not the content of like how maximally greatness is defined. It's the way the argument follows from that. That question begs from necessary being into necessary being, or possibility of necessary being to therefore necessary being exists. If you state that its property is that it's a necessary being, and the conclusion is the necessary being exists, congratulations, you've just explained the necessary beings exist, right? You haven't said anything informative.
And I again, I do not see that there is a question. Firstly, question begging is an extremely controversial topic in philosophy, right? Let me just preface that, right? And
assuming the conclusion is controversial, do you think people think it's okay to assume your conclusion?
What?
Depends on what you mean by assuming the conclusion, right? So
okay.
We have a question from our audience,
right,
as well.
Sure.
For our guest here. So Javier Jara, I hope I'm saying their name correctly, has asked why the misinterpretation of S5 from Platinga's argument not render the argument invalid.
Sorry, can you restate the question? What about the misinterpretation?
Yeah, so wondering why the misinterpretation of S5 from Platinga's argument does not render the argument invalid.
Yeah, it equivocates on existence. It has a whole bunch of problems with it. There's like 5 or 6 reasons to think it's invalid. But the biggest one is that
all of them.
The biggest one though is that by admission of the own author, it has no force unless you just believe the premise.
Yeah, and I would say that there's a misinterpretation of that. So again, I'm not sure if you want to get into the weeds, but what do you mean by assuming the conclusion of the argument? Let's start with that. What do you mean by that exactly? Does it mean that it must have the same words that the premise and the conclusion have? Okay, let me ask you a question. Let's put it this way, right?
It's not about word games, no.
It's not about wording. So
no. Well, it's not about the conclusion having the same words as the premise. No, that's that's not a requirement.
Yeah. So what do you mean, IX, right? When you say begging the question, because as I said, it is a very controversial thing in philosophy. So if it's the same words, if the premise and the conclusion have exactly the same words, does it mean that it necessarily begs the question and is logically fallacious?
If it's the only premise, probably, yeah.
If it's the only premise, and if there is the only premise and the conclusion is exactly the same as the only premise, then it will be logically fallacious?
Yeah, if I make an argument that's like premise 1, God exists, and then premise 2 is or conclusion is God exists, you'd agree that's question begging, right?
Right. But that
Okay.
yeah,
If
in that
if I
example.
if I say a bunch of extra steps in the middle, which all have the same effect as that, like if I say God exists, if God exists, then God exists. If God exists, then God exists, then God exists. I could use a bunch of slightly different words, but the effect is the same, right? Because the premise is the conclusion. If you believe the premise, the conclusion is not anything new.
Yeah, and but there is only an example, right? And I don't think that that example is representative of all cases. And my favorite example, right, a counter example to this idea of begging the question, right, is that it derives from Sorensen, right? And then let's consider this argument, right? Premise 1, some valid arguments have only particular premises. Conclusion, some valid arguments have only particular premises. Exactly the same. And yet, right, philosophers would not say that this is begging the question, even though it does satisfy your definition of begging the question, right? Having only one premise and the conclusion is exactly the same as the premise.
I mean, it sounds like liar's paradox type stuff. It doesn't like it can be fun to play word games, and it may technically meet the definition of a valid argument. The point is that if it's uninformative, meaning there's nothing new,
It's not.
then it's like a meaningless statement.
Yeah, so my point is now you are unable to provide necessary and sufficient conditions, right, for begging the question. And I'm saying that it's extremely difficult to do that, and for you to dismiss the modal ontological argument, right, when you do not on the premise of question begging, when you do not even have a proper idea of what is question begging, right, seems intellectually irresponsible to me, right? Because you say that it just assumes the conclusion and it's uninformative. And I'm saying that what do you really mean by that? And when I ask you, right, for a definition, you're unable to provide me with it. And when you agreed with a definition that I propose, I've shown you a counter example of it, right? And you say that I'm playing
That
word
was
games.
the definition. We're just talking about examples. I think you're quibbling, right? I gave the definition. I gave an example. You gave an
Right.
example, and you just asked me if it fits. And I said, yes, it does. It's a question begging. It's uninformative.
No, I'm sure the rest of the audience can testify. What I asked you specifically is that if the premise, right, and the conclusion have the same exact words, right, does it mean that is question begging? Then you say yes, if, right, and only if that there is only one premise, right? And you gave an example. You said, right, if I said God exists, therefore God exists, right? That is question begging. And I agree that in that specific example, that is question begging. But the definition of question begging, right, that you agreed to, I've shown that it is an invalid definition.
I didn't say that's the only example of question begging. I said that we should at least agree on that much, right? Since you seem to be questioning the very notion of question begging. I wanted to start with something you wouldn't complain about, right? So we started with that.
Right. But my point here is that question begging is extremely hard to actually come up with the necessary and sufficient conditions for, right?
Okay.
And you do not have
if you
those.
if you can find some kind of like refutation of question begging being a problem in philosophy, please send it to me. It sounds pretty far-fetched, but I'm happy to look at whatever you've got. I think we've kind of exhausted the Plantinga's modal ontological argument topic, and I'd like to move on. Do you have something else that you want to talk about?
Sure. I'll just end off, right? Let me just wrap up, right? I'll just say that I think you're misrepresenting my position. I'm not saying that, again, that question begging should be ruled out in philosophy. I recognize that it is a proper logical fallacy. However, as I have pointed out, right, many philosophers, right, agree that question begging is extremely controversial notion. It's very hard to find necessary and sufficient conditions for question begging, right? As I've just demonstrated just now, right? You're unable to provide the necessary and sufficient conditions. And so when you launch the criticism of question begging to my argument, I'm not dismissing question begging altogether. I'm just trying to let you be specific on what you really mean by that that the MOA question backs, because at the moment I don't see that it is, right?
Look, I gave you a very simple explanation, which is that it's obviously question begging if the premise and the conclusion are the only two statements, right? And if we insert a bunch of other statements in the middle, it doesn't really change the fact that it's still question begging because the premise is still the conclusion, right? So that's why I posited, a bunch of other statements in the middle that are just equivalent to making no statements in the middle because the premise is the conclusion. I said the problem with that is it's uninformative. That's why it's a problem. That's why philosophers reject question begging things, is they just don't say anything. And it doesn't seem like you accept that. And maybe there's a better way of formulating it. And I'm not a professional philosopher. That's fine if you want to talk about the edge cases of how we should describe question begging. Maybe I could learn something about that from you. But I don't hear you giving any objection to why question begging in an argument is a problem for the argument.
Before I can provide a response to it, I need to exactly know why you say that my argument question backs, which I cannot properly understand until you provide necessary and sufficient conditions for question begging. Because you saying that is uninformative, of course I will agree with that idea, right? That an argument that is uninformative is an unsound one. But I'm saying that what does it really mean for it to be uninformative, right? That is the problem that we are trying to resolve here, right? And you're unable to provide a clear answer why exactly the modal ontological argument.
Look, I'll restate it. Okay. Claiming that in premise 2, a necessarily being that possibly exists is the case, begs the question. It builds in necessary existence into the being in question from the beginning.
Right? And
if your property of the thing is necessary existence, then later saying that it has necessary existence is just restating its definition.
Okay, so is restating is okay, sure. Let's just take it that restating, you're just restating the definition. If you're just restating the definition, is that a sufficient condition for question begging? Because I think I can provide I just provide counter examples to that, right? So so I need to really know what you mean by question begging here. So I would argue that that's not a sufficient condition.
First of all, whatever other example you presented, you haven't presented a reason why it's not a question begging problem for this argument.
But you have the burden of proof. You are the one who says that it's a question begging argument. So you have to precisify what you mean that this argument question begs by presenting necessary and sufficient conditions for question begging and show how my argument meets the necessary and sufficient condition for question begging. Right?
Saying that necessary existence is one of the maximal properties that it has, and then concluding that it exists necessarily as the conclusion is just restating premise 1, right?
No, first, as I said, it is using S5, right, a modal logic. And again, just because you restate a premise does not mean that is question begging. I've just provided a counter example to that. So what do you mean by question begging? What are the necessary and sufficient conditions for question begging?
If you don't understand it, that's fine. If you want to present a reason why this argument is forceful in a way that Plensing himself admits that it's not, that's fine.
Sure, right. I mean, to be honest, I did came into this conversation with I did come into this conversation with good faith, and I'm willing to actually defend each and every premise, right? But you are saying that it doesn't matter, right? You are saying that this argument just question backs, right? You're just saying that this is just the biggest obstacle to the argument, right? And I think what I got from this conversation is that you do not have a concrete understanding, right, of what is question begging because you're unable to provide necessary and sufficient conditions for it, and therefore I don't see why it question backs, right? And you hold a burden of proof to show why it question backs, since you are launching.
I think it's fine that we can disagree about this if we have different ideas of why it's question begging. I'm perfectly okay with that. I still think the argument is unpersuasive for this reason, and that's why a lot of people are not persuaded by it amongst the other reasons.
Sure, but I mean, I thought you would actually attack the argument directly instead of just bringing, other people into this, right? Because I thought you would just actually hone in exactly what's wrong with the argument, right? I mean, I
I
thought
did.
that's what the
You don't seem to agree, and I think we're just at an impasse. That's fine.
Yeah, pointing
Sure.
out where there's a logical fallacy is one way of critiquing an argument, and so. But as I actually just indicated, it seems that you and he have a different view on. You don't have an agreement on whether there is actually a logical fallacy there.
Yeah, Randolph, you did mention that, you know, when I asked, you seem that you know that question begging is kind of controversial, right? And that's why when I asked the question, right, whether if the premises and the premise and the conclusion have the same exact words, does it mean that it's question begging? You said no. So it seems like you know something more about that. So
that wasn't my reaction.
I
thought you were asking if the conclusion needs to have the same wording as the premise, and I merely clarified that no, normally that's not the case.
Yeah, it doesn't have to have the same wording. It has to have the same content, right? Like I could say something like, you know, God is maximally awesome, and then God is maximally great. And if there's no difference, I'm just like slightly, you know, imprecise in my terms. It's meaningfully the same thing, right?
Yeah, there needs
so
to be
if you say in premise one,
yeah,
if you say in premise one that God is defined as a being with maximal greatness, including necessary existence in all possible worlds, and your conclusion is God exists in all possible worlds, you've just assumed the conclusion in your premise.
Yeah, that becomes
okay.
Yeah.
So would you say that the sufficient condition for the logical fallacy of begging the question is that the premise and the conclusion has the same exact content?
That would
say
be
that's a
ground for
sufficient
question
condition?
begging, yeah.
Yeah, in that case, you'd be repeating the premise as the conclusion. So there needs to be a bit more depth to it, I would say.
So yeah, but I what about the counter example I raised previously, that some valid arguments have only particular
Like I
premises?
said, if you want me to read something about the gradations of problems with question begging arguments, I'll read it. But I'm not convinced from your verbal description that it has any effect on this argument.
No, because you have to support what you mean by question begging, right? And you just pointed out that a sufficient condition for question begging is that the premise and the conclusion has the same content, right? And I've just presented a counter argument to that. So what's your response
Well,
to?
I did not understand your counter argument. Maybe you didn't explain it. Maybe I just didn't grasp it. What I'm suggesting is if you want to send me the literature upon which you're making this claim, that's fine. However, I think most people, myself included, I'm operating on the assumption that if the premise and the conclusion have the same content, it's question begging and it's uninformative and invalid. Now, you can disagree about what is or isn't question begging, or whether this argument is or isn't question begging, but it's probably not productive for you to just say, I just don't agree. I have the burden of proof. And until I convince you, you're not going to like give up. The point is, you're trying to make the claim that God exists. This is your argument. So you began with the burden of proof. I told you my objection. You don't seem to be able to persuade me otherwise. If you want to talk about other objections because you don't care about this objection, that's fine. Like, you don't have to accept my objection either, right? We can talk about all of the different problems with the argument. However, this is enough for me to find it unpersuasive. So the question is, do you want to go through every problem with the argument, or do you want to move on?
Sure, you can go on to another problem with the argument, but I've also just sent my counter example to the hidden hangout chat, right? Of
okay, great.
Why,
I'll read it. Thank you.
Right, even if it's the same content, right? Even it's just a premise and the conclusion being exactly the same content, and yet it is seen as a valid and sound argument, right?
Sure, I'd be happy to read that. That's fine.
Sure. Okay. Would you want to move on to another argument?
Been a bit of chatter since that. Yeah.
Would you want to move on to another criticism of the MOA?
So what typically happens when somebody brings an argument that has multiple propositions is if any of the propositions fail, then usually it isn't necessary to consider any of the others. So so one of the things to keep in mind when forming these kinds of arguments is if you can keep the number of propositions down to the minimum, use some Occam's razor to get rid of the stuff you don't need, then that can actually make your argument more difficult to defeat if there's less points where it can be attacked. and critiqued.
Mm-hmm. Right. I think the original argument, I guess, in the book, right, that Pentagon presents his argument is even shorter, right? My argument has 7 premises. Six premises and 1 conclusion, and Pentagon's argument
super
is
short.
3. Right, and 2 has
his
2
has
premises and
6.
1 conclusion.
No, he if you have an old version, maybe you haven't seen the reformulated one, but you're using the
Right.
same one he is.
Oh, I'm using exactly the same one that he's using. Sure.
Yeah, it has 6 premises and 1 conclusion.
So what is another criticism other than that you can form parody arguments and that it's question backs? What's another criticism? Since you said that 5.
Well, I pointed out his own admission that it's not persuasive unless you accept the premise. Okay, so if I don't accept the premise, game over.
Sure, I don't see how is that a criticism. Okay, move on.
Okay.
What else?
It's also questionable whether all these maximally existent properties are not incompatible with one another, right? It's also questionable whether the idea of maximal greatness properties are even sensible or should be taken seriously philosophically, much like the positive properties that like Gödel's argument posits. For Gödel's ontological argument, you're positing a kind of property that we don't really have reason to accept, right? If we don't accept maximal greatness properties as being sensible, or if we find the conclusions that you would derive from it having all of them simultaneously as being incompatible with one another, because there's going to be all kinds of flaws with saying you're maximally good and you're maximally powerful and you are maximally knowledgeable, but you apparently do maximally nothing to help a maximal number of people in the actual world. It seems like there's both an evidential problem of evil and a logical problem of evil in all the things that follow from claiming these maximal properties all coexist in one being, right? So there's evidential reasons to find it absurd. There's logical reasons to find the properties to be incompatible. There's philosophical reasons to find the properties just not sensible in the first place for consideration. So all of these are grounds why people have rejected arguments like this.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I'm familiar with them. So would you want to go in depth to why you think it is incompatible, right? Spell exactly why you think it's incompatible.
I personally don't care enough because I'm already persuaded enough by the earlier objections, right? Now, the question is,
okay,
you may think that all of the arguments against this fail. You may think that like Press and Rasmussen have like steelmanned this argument into some kind of ironclad form. That's fine if you're convinced by it. However, these are all the reasons why most people are not persuaded by this argument, myself included, right?
Yeah, I just sent you a link in the Heathen Hangout chat, by the way, for Rational Wiki. It's a good site to look for counter arguments and critiques of arguments that people commonly use. It also covers some of the logical fallacies. It's probably one you might want to look into as you're looking for counter arguments to the stuff you're putting forward.
Yeah, there's also logical problems with the way that it tries to use modal logic, right? So it relies on an equivocation between different definitions of possibility. Modal logic.
Sorry, what's the equivocation again?
I'm explaining it. So modal logic in premise 3, premise 4, and premise 5 refers to subjunctive possibility, while premise 2 refers to epistemic possibility, which is not used in modal logic.
Why would you say that premise 2 refers to epistemic possibility?
Because it's just saying it's like we're referring to the state of belief that it is possible, whether it exists or not.
But that's not how I'm referring it to be. I'm referring to the metaphysical notion of possibility, right? And I can support that premise, right? I can support that premise using, Rasmussen has an argument called the value argument, right? To actually support the metaphysical notion of possibility.
Right. And so the question is going to be like, if you have to present a whole bunch of
metaphysical possibility is just there's no contradiction, right?
If you have to present a bunch of supplementary arguments, you essentially are admitting the argument requires a posteriori justification from supplemental arguments. We're going to go through all of those, and it's going to waste a bunch of time. The point is, the argument by itself is not a sufficient argument. If you want to present let me just put it this way: what you're admitting is that the argument to go through would require a compound, not just this argument, but Rasmussen's value arguments and all these other arguments. So if you want to present the grand unified set of arguments that you think actually would go through, not just rely on us not knowing what these problems are, then come back with that.
Okay. I would say that this is the main argument, right? But of course, there are other arguments to support each and every premise, right? Especially the controversial premises, right? Because of course, this is completely standard for any philosophical argument, right? Any philosophical argument would have additional arguments to support the controversial premises in the original main argument. So,
right. So why don't you present those if you want to? I don't think we have time to go through every single edge case of the problems with the photo ontological argument today. We've given you some of the main reasons people object to it. You admit that these are problems that you're aware of and that you think that you have arguments that go through for those. We could be here literally all day going through your defense of every single.
So would you be fine? Would you be fine if I just support one of the premises with Rasmussen value argument, which is to support the possibility premise?
Yeah,
right?
Go ahead and present it, but my patience is running thin on going on this infinitely. So you could present your thing, and I think we should wrap this up.
Sure. So how I can, actually support the possibility premise that that God is metaphysically possible, right? Not just epistemically possible or logically possible, right? The logical possibility just means that there is no logical contradiction, right? As Taco said. Right, but that is not metaphysical possibility. Metaphysical possibility is how the world could genuinely be, right?
That's why I asked, because you're saying that it could genuinely be that way, and you granted earlier in the other argument that the universal quantum field could possibly be that,
right?
Based on evidence. And so
right.
I'm befuddled at this point by your responses.
Right.
And it's also the same equivocation you claimed I was making, just so you know. At the exact same spot I did it in my argument, that, just so you know, it's a parody of that argument. And another one, you were right.
Right.
I don't actually think that shit's true. I pointed out how premise 1 and 2 are totally dumb.
Right. I would say, what I was saying, right, was that's how you understand metaphysical possibility, right? Metaphysical possibility is how the world could genuinely be. This is the intuitive understanding. But a more formal definition, right, is that something X is possible if it exists, in at least one possible world, right? So these two are, consistent with one another, right? And again, the idea about quantum field, I may be I actually may be convinced that the fundamental cause of reality is actually quantum fields, right? I didn't say anything that I'm actually not convinced by that, right? My point to you was just that I think that your argument has a conceptual confusion.
Well,
right?
I was pointing out, all I did was point out that at that same point in the argument you just rendered, that same thing popped up.
Which is, what's that same thing?
The same equivocation.
Between...
X just pointed it out.
About meanings of existence being epistemic versus subjunctive.
Subjunctive? Oh, right. I'm saying that I'm not conflating those two because I am speaking solely to metaphysical possibility, which is that X is possible if it exists in at least one possible world, right? That I'm sticking to that definition consistently, and the argument that I'm going to present, right, is Rasmussen value argument, and it goes like this: some degree of value can be instantiated. If some degree of value can be instantiated, then each degree of value can be instantiated. Therefore, each degree of value can be instantiated from 1 and 2, and maximal greatness is a degree of value, right? And the conclusion follows that so maximal greatness can be instantiated.
What definition of value are you using?
what definition of value so what's valuable is basically what is good. So this is a very fundamental concept, right? So value just means good or badness, right? Goodness or badness.
And what definition of goodness or badness are you using?
I guess I don't have an exact definition, right? But it does rely on how we know it is through our I guess normative understanding, right? Using our intuitions of
Like
what is
things that
good
you
and
like
bad.
or dislike?
I have a question about your second premise.
Yeah, sure. I'll just address what Ike said, right? And as I said, it's simply like every moral theory, right? It starts with our moral intuitions that murdering, let's say, torturing babies for fun is wrong, right? It's bad, right? So that is a degree of value, right? That we instantiate to the world, right? So that is how some philosophers have motivated moral realism, right? Through their moral intuition. So that is not that controversial. So I'm using that same idea to motivate this premise.
Okay, so
what's the
you're
question
saying
again?
that if you're a moral realist, then you believe in values and you think they can be instantiated in this way. So what's the force of the argument if you think that moral realism is false? You think that there's reasons not to touch babies which don't require moral realism to be true?
Sorry. So sorry, Randolph, do you have a question first? I mean,
Okay,
I mean, I
it's just about your second premise. It says, if some degree of value can be instantiated, then each degree of value can be instantiated.
Right.
By each degree, are you referring to the different degrees within the set of some degree, or did you actually mean to write all degrees?
Right. Each within the set of all degrees.
Not within the set of some degree. Okay.
Right. So this is an
Then you
idea
should
of
probably change it to all degree and just word it that way. See, try to keep it
Okay,
simple.
now you can respond to Ix's question.
Sure. So could you
Like,
repeat
why
your
is
question?
moral realism true?
Why is moral realism true? Right.
Yeah.
So I would use, I guess, moral intuitionism to support
I didn't
that.
ask you
our
why it's
moral
appealing. I'm not asking you what your intuition is about it. I'm asking you, why is it the case that in a universe where humans didn't exist at one point,
right,
but now do exist, why is it the case that there's some true ontological thing called good, which exists independent of the existence of humans?
Mm-hmm. So let me ask you a question, right? Let me ask you a question and I'll guide you where I'm going, my thought process on this. Would you say that your hands exist? Like
Yeah, I'm familiar
objectively
with
in the
Gordon
real world?
Moore's skeptical argument. Yeah, I have hands.
How do you justify that?
I'm familiar with hands.
I have more evidence that they exist than that they don't exist. So the skeptical look by Moorian shift, if someone presents a skeptical argument that the external universe doesn't exist or my hands don't exist, I can just make the reverse argument that it's more plausible that they do than that they don't. And they're, as a skeptical question of their skeptical premise, it has more evidence to support it than their evidenceless skeptical one does.
Right. So would you say that? I mean, what's your evidence, right? You said that it's more plausible. So what's the evidence that the external world exists, that your hands exist?
So if I have a sense experience that I have hands, that's some evidence. Doesn't mean that it couldn't be false, but it counts as evidence, right? Now, if on the other hand, the skeptical claim is, well, what if you don't have hands? And there's no evidence presented, right? It only succeeds as a skeptical claim in the sense that, like, the person could be afraid of it because they find the skeptical claim troubling, right? But if I just reverse it and make the skeptical claim about the external world not existing, and I say, well, I have existence evidence, but no non-existence evidence, then I'm more justified in being skeptical about the world not existing than I am in being skeptical about the world existing. So I'm more justified in believing the world exists than not. That's the Moorian shift argument.
But I didn't say not existence, right? I'm saying that how do you know it exists in the real world, right? As opposed to a simulation, right? The predictions,
Look, it's simple.
the evidence is
It's
the
simple.
same.
It's
Right.
simple. The evidence for the existence being actual is better than the evidence for the existence being non-actual. It doesn't have to be a ironclad case. We're not talking about certainty, right? We're just saying which is more justified. And you're more justified in being skeptical about solipsism than you are in believing that solipsism is a real epistemic problem, or sorry, a real skeptical problem.
So what do you mean by there is more evidence, right? Could you be more specific that there is more evidence? Because I don't see that there is more evidence. What do you mean by that?
You brought up the Morian shift argument when you asked about the two hands. I assume you know what we're both talking about. What is the objection you have to more? If you don't think I'm not explaining it well, that's fine. It may be that it's been a while since I read about it and I may be presenting it incorrectly. But we both know what argument we're both talking about. So what's your issue that has to do with the Morian shift about the two hands and solipsism? Just explain it.
So because my understanding is that the predictions, our observations, our phenomenology, right, between the actual world and let's say a simulated world will be exactly the same. So I don't understand why would you say that the evidence for the actual world is actually stronger than the simulation world. So I don't. So why would you say that there's stronger evidence for the actual world?
The skepticism about the external world not existing has more justification than skepticism about the world existing.
Why is that?
Because one has evidence and the other doesn't. What does this have to do with the idea of moral realism? Can you bring it home?
I need to really understand what you mean by evidence in order for you, because I'm trying to show. Let me
just say what the two versions of it are that you want to pigeonhole me on, and say what the conclusion would be. I don't care. Let's just follow it either version.
Sure.
Where's this going? This is getting really tiresome.
Okay, so I'm sorry, is tiresome. I'm not trying to tire you out, right? But I'm trying to.
You're just not. You're beating around the bush. Just explain what it is that you're trying to say.
Sure. And so, I'm in line with Michael's humor here, and that how I would motivate any fundamental claims about reality, right? How I know anything fundamentally is through our sets, our seemings, and the only way to actually distinguish that we are actually in the actual world as opposed to the simulated world, when our phenomenology will be exactly the same, is through seemings, right? And these epistemic thesis in philosophy is called phenomenal conservatism, right? And in short, it's PC. So PC states that it is reasonable to assume that things are as they appear, except where there are positive grounds for doubting this.
Right? Quine, right?
Except, I mean, phenomenal conservatism, there are many philosophers, right, that hold to it, but you can just, my version will be closest to Michael Humer's version. And so as long as there aren't basically good reasons for you to doubt your seemings about the world, right, you accept those seemings. So
right, but the question is, if you want to bring
and
this
so
back,
that's how I'll
why
motivate
should the
moral
seemings-
realism.
Look, here's the thing. It's not a contested thing that people have intuitions toward moral realism, right? But you can take a position like quasi-realism, which just says, yeah, of course people have an intuition towards moral realism because they're half right. In other words, there is a real bit of content in a moral proposition, which is the situation is a real thing. And it's reasonable to think that a given situation is not going to have different prescriptions for the same situation. The situation is real. So if I say, here's a problem, what's the solution? The person's not going to say, well, there's two totally different solutions to the same problem as their moral theory. It would be strange to do that. So there's at least one part of it that's grounded in reality, the situation part. The question is, when two people have different prescriptions to the same problem, because maybe their discourse on morality involves weighing a bunch of factors, and there's not a scale from 0 to 1,000 or infinity like the God maximal claim says, of maximal goodness on the God scale. There's actually just a bunch of complex considerations that are all weighed against each other, and both parties can present good justified cases for their reason for their prescription. we're probably going to say that they both suffice in many cases. In other words, they're both decent, like moral conclusions, given the premises that they have, that they're just doing the best that they can, and neither of them is behaving immorally. But we're not going to conclude that there is some like universal moral fact that one of them is an error and the other is correct in a lot of these cases. So it's not the case that there is a moral real, but there is reasonably the case that there's a perception of it because there are real facts that people are reasoning against, and they can come to a variety of conclusions about what's good in relation to those facts.
Right. So you are saying that quasi-realism is the defeater to my moral seemings. Is that what you're saying?
It just grants the moral seemings, right? And it says, look,
right.
The reason for the moral seemings is because of the real component of the moral proposition, but it doesn't get you from there's a real component in a moral proposition to goodness is a thing, an absolute thing, and moral realism is true. It's okay to sort of pretend like it's true in the sense that all the parties concerned might say that they all want the good, but they disagree what the good is, right? So if like you get to a situation where two sides have different ways of handling the same situation, you look at both of them and you go, those are both good solutions, right? Why is it that they're both good? Is it because there's some absolute value of good? And it's like, special sins and the rest is like, discretionary? Or is it the case that what we mean by good is just that they tried to do the best weighting of the considerations that they had and came to a conclusion that seemed to be doing that? Doing that is not the same thing as that being an ontological existent thing, right? It's a process, probably more than it is an ontological thing. So there's like, Gordon Moore, you brought him up with the Moorian shift. His whole argument about the queerness of moral facts, because whatever you're going to say is the good, you can ask questions about, is it good still? There's just an infinite number of questions about, is it good that type statements. Right. It seems like moral realism doesn't have to be true for the intuition that people have about it to hold.
Yeah, I would say that it is reasonable, right? If I consider the idea of quasi-realism, right? And that is a reasonable defeater, right? Right? At prima facie is a reasonable defeater, right? So if I have no other defeaters to that defeater, then I guess I have to suspend my belief, right, on either, right? Because I would say that I can't distinguish between quasi-realism and realism. But through my exploration of philosophy, it seems that my seeming is still justified because of the many problems, right, with quasi-realism as a non-cognitivist position, right? And without going to into the weeds here, right, the problem is called the Frege reach problem, if you're familiar with that, right? It's also called the embedding problem. That's one of the many problems, right? And so it deals with embedded evaluative sentences. So because quasi-realism is a non-cognitivist position, right? Saying that actually moral sentences aren't actually propositions, right? They aren't actually propositions. And so, but they are clearly propositional attitude contexts. Like John believes that war is bad. I hope that I haven't done anything wrong. Everything says that you should take care of your children. So clearly that isn't, in these propositional attitude context, they aren't expressing, right, that that emotional state, right? They're expressing a proposition, right? So why does this create a problem, you might ask? It's because it seems these sentences does not make sense on a non-cognitivist view, like quasi-realism, right? But they make good sense in English. And so it's very hard to see how the non-cognitivist can give a systematic semantics for such sentences, right? And one in which the meanings of these embedding contexts, right, are constant, right? Where beliefs doesn't shift in its meaning, right? So this is one of the, if you're not familiar with it, I shall not put you on the spot, but you can search online that this is is one of the biggest problems, right, for the non-cognitivist view, right, called the Frege problem, right? So I mean, without going into all this philosophical jargon, I would just point out that after my my investigation, right, I think that there is some objective value in this world, right, and most philosophers are as well, right, that
Well,
they believe that
there's
there is some
easy to
objective.
find. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead and finish.
Yeah. So there are objective value, right? And from there, that's how I can understand that there is some sort of value in this world that can be instantiated, right? It can be instantiated, and I mean this is the stronger understanding of premise one, right? But I guess the weaker understanding of premise one can be that it's simply instantiated in some possible world, right? That some degree of value is possible, right? It's metaphysically possible.
I just want to say, look, I haven't studied Gak because I'm not a moral theorist primarily, but I will say this: it's easy to find responses to it and responses by quasi-realists.
Of course.
You want me to read some of those to you? Are you familiar with them?
Yeah, I'm definitely familiar with them, and
okay.
I would, yeah, but of course there are responses to the responses. I mean, it is ongoing debate, right? Of course, in philosophy, right, or in any subject as well, right? In any subject, as well as the modal ontological argument, any argument will have this constant debate. That's the spirit of philosophy ultimately, right? But my point is that after the evaluation of all these ideas, right, that there are that I am convinced that my seemings are justified, right? That I'm not sure about you, right? I'm not sure if you are a moral realist yourself, right? Because if you are a moral realist, then we can carry on with the argument, right? So, are you a moral realist or no?
I'm a quasi-realist. I think you're justified enough in saying that moral realism appears to be true to make a statement that uses moral realist language. I just don't think that it's technically true. And if you want to premise an argument on it being actually technically true and that the universe's properties depend on it, then I'm going to quibble with you. I think it's fair to grant an uncontroversial use of a premise while thinking it doesn't go through all the way. And that's kind of what quasi-realism does, right? It just says, look, we don't need to change the English language to somehow say things that seem counterintuitive to admit that these are problems that don't require moral realism to solve. They require a deeper understanding of how human beings actually do morality. If we want to say what's technically really going on, then what we actually rely on is something much closer to jurisprudence and satisficing solutions, right? A satisficing solution does not imply that there is such a thing as an optimum. Moral realism seems to be claiming that there is an optimum. There is a prescriptive set of real moral facts, a single set of those, which are the facts for the universe. And I mean, T-Jump will defend that. He has a version of moral realism that he defends. That's fine. I'm not convinced by that claim from any source because I don't think that the single optimal solution needs to exist for it to be perfectly valid to defend lots of what are apparently satisficing solutions to moral discourse. And I can say all the people doing what I think are satisficing moral discourse are de facto right, while not technically having any moral facts involved. They're all stating acceptable moral prescriptions within the realm of quasi-realist discourse.
Right. So yeah, quasi-realism and realism, they are distinguishing them, right, seems initially that that it is very hard to actually distinguish them, right? Because it's like the simulation hypothesis versus the real world hypothesis, right? But if, as I mentioned, the problem with it is that it faces the embedding problem, right? And that that is a big problem, right?
I could read you Blackburn's. Okay, I could read you. Sorry to interrupt. I could read you Blackburn's response to that, along with lots of other non-cognitive philosophers that have responses to it.
Sure, Blackburn response to that is about higher order attitudes, right?
Yeah, there are higher attitudes. So to quote him, right, he says, anyone holding an attitude plus the attitude expressed by lying is wrong must hold the consequential disapproval. They're committed to disapproving of getting a little brother to lie, for if he does not, his attitudes clash. He has a fractured sensibility which cannot itself be an object of approval. So there are higher order propositions that are implicit, and it's perfectly fine to semantically break down a simple English moral statement to say, look, there are hidden premises contained in this. There are higher order beliefs that are implied,
Right.
and without those, it doesn't make sense. Like saying there's a plain reading of moral language, and that is whatever moral realism is like those plain readings, is like saying there's a plain reading of the Bible, or there's a plain reading of physics texts, or like the law of large numbers, when the person thinks that the law of large numbers justifies believing that the liar's paradox, or sorry, not the liar's paradox, that the gambler's fallacy doesn't mean you can't predict future dice rolls. It just means the person may not understand the thing that their plain reading supposedly is. Like 5 people can read the Bible and have arguments about what the plain reading of the Bible is, in the same way that 5 people can have moral discourse and all disagree about what the plain reading of what the absolute morality, moral realist facts are. And we could say they're all moral because they're all satisficing moral discourse. They're all doing morality correctly, in the sense that they're all like treating other people well and meeting other criteria that we have for good moral discourse. I just don't think this stuff goes through. It's a very deep topic, though. It's like, I don't disrespect anyone for being a moral realist, because it's such a complex topic. I think you could land on either side of this stuff, but I don't see how this argument goes through if you don't accept moral realism, and I think it's perfectly defensible not to accept it.
Right, and I don't think that it is perfectly defensible, right? Because of the Fraggle Geach problem, right? Because if you want to go into it, I can go into it, right? About why Blackburn's higher order attitudes account is actually incorrect, right? Such as it doesn't capture the inconsistency property of the language, right? It is merely a practical feeling, right? And so that's one of the objections, and there are also the objections, like it can't explain for mixed conditionals, like if being friendly is wrong, my parents lied to me, right? So there are many problems, right? And I don't, as I said, I don't think that I want to hash it out with you here, because you said yourself that you are not familiar with that problem, and so I don't think any discussion into this would be a productive discussion. And as I mentioned, right,
was your response that words have definite meanings?
Sorry?
Was your response earlier that words have definite meanings?
No.
I don't think he said that, but moral realism entails that there are just moral facts that are universal moral facts, right? And the question is, why should I believe that's the case when it seems more like people have a range of satisficing moral prescriptions that don't depend on their being absolute moral facts? And his response is, well, you just need to read more about the Frigga-Gach problem because quasi-realism can't handle it. I responded with reading some examples of responses by Blackburn and others. He says he doesn't think those work because he thinks that they don't deal with inconsistency problems or something. Bottom line is,
inconsistency property, yeah.
Yeah, the bottom line is,
mixed conditionals as well.
It is a problem for your whole idea of great making properties and God having them, and your concept of values, that moral realism is just smuggled into and is like implicit in that premise, right? So a lot of the world is not going to accept this argument because they don't even think that the concept of these great making value properties make any sense.
Yeah, I don't think I'm trying to convince the whole of the world, right? The whole, or convince most of the people on this planet, right? Most of the people on this planet may not even be familiar with philosophy, right? So my point is to find out whether each and every argument and each and every premise, right, should be accepted by someone that is rational and is philosophically read. So that is the point of my argument, and I don't agree that it sneaks in moralism, right? It might sneak in the idea of value realism more, but as I said, there are other ways of motivating the possibility premise of God. This is just one of the ways, right? And I encourage the audience, right, and everyone here, right, who is interested in studying this, because I've been studying this for the past 5-6 years, right, even formally, and to read more about this. But I think we have hashed it out quite well, and I think I have to end this conversation here. I thank
fair
you.
enough. I think you did a good job of trying to make the case, and it was fun.
Right. Thank you. I hope I didn't tire you up too much.
No,
Thank
not
you,
at all.
Randolph. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Randolph. Thank you, everyone here. Right. Bye.
Well, thank you for coming. Really appreciate that. I gave you a few tips that will hopefully be helpful to you in forming the arguments in a more clear way in the future, and I hope that is helpful to you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you for all your time today.
Yep.
All right. Well, anybody have any kind of quick final thoughts on that? That was a long conversation.
Yep. Ontological arguments have so many problems with them that it takes a long time to discuss all of them.
That is nice and short and pithy.
It's not as bad as Gödel's, right? Because Gödel's you have to get into like computer machine proofs and like we have to read. We went like 5-6 articles deep in like back and forth responses between various philosophers for that one.
Yeah. I rejected his second premise because it seems like he's trying to say that some indicates a set of some indicates what is true for all, and so I indicated that that's not necessarily the case, and that's why I had to reject it. But I wrote that to him in the text because I didn't want to interrupt the conversation too much. So it's kind of thing you could get into probabilities, I guess, but that would be about it. Did anybody have any final thoughts for today? We've had quite a few different people visiting us, guests joining us.
I don't think we've been converted today.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Wow, that was a long call. I didn't realize we were nearing the end.
Oh, that's okay.
I guess I'll just give this closing thought since we brought up moral realism versus quasi-realism. I encourage people to look into quasi-realism because quasi-realism is, in a way, a vindication of like the acceptability of talking about, moral statements almost as though moralism is true. It's saying like we do that for a good reason. It's because it's sensible to believe that a moral judgment is true. It's just not sensible to think that it's the only true moral judgment and all the other ones are wrong. It's a pluralistic notion, right? Saying basically that a whole range of moral prescriptions might work, might be sensible, and go through. It's just that there's not a single moral fact of the matter of the universe that necessarily encapsulates or supersedes all such statements. So if someone like attacks you and says, you atheists have no morality or whatever, like without God you can't be moral, there's so many different ways to respond to that, but I think quasi-realism is a pretty good one.
Yeah, I do get that sometimes. They challenge me as well, say, where do you get your morals from without God? It's a common thing that comes up. And it's like it's people usually are just trying to push buttons and get people upset. But sometimes it's people who've been genuinely have an understanding that's faulty, and they've been taught throughout their life that this is the only way you can get morals, and they genuinely believe it. And those people I find to be more reasonable to converse with. And often, not always, but often, some of them are just really hard set in their ways, and there's no changing them.
I'm sorry. My joke argument triggered a lot of people.
It was entertaining.
I was joke argument.
Yeah, that was an exciting part.
It's the one I sent you a long time ago. T-Jump. Let me pull back. It's really dumb. I think you said it was really dumb.
If one
that sounds like I need to reword it a little bit, but I don't get why, if I proved to him through his worldview that the universal quantum field was possibly necessary, why didn't he just start building an argument around that rather than jumping back to all this weird God shit?
They can't help it.
If you want someone who's pretty good at and familiar with a lot of the literature on all these arguments and objections to the type of argument that you're parodying, I would ask Detroyer. He's long-winded, but really thorough in explaining stuff.
Yeah, he's cool.
I don't say long-winded as a criticism. Like, I eat that stuff up. Just some people, I think T-Jump has said before, like, why does he use so many words to say something which could be much simpler?
Yes.
But I enjoy his interviews with philosophers and the way he breaks stuff down.
So, T-Jump, recently I asked if there were final thoughts, and we thought you were still online. That was one of our previous episodes in the last few months, and I forgot which one. And for some reason, you weren't around, so I thought I would close up for you at that point, and I said, well, knowing T-Jump, his final thoughts will probably just be potato. But
yep.
I'm sure you're okay with that. But if you had some more insightful thoughts you wanted to share today before we start closing down, I'd be very interested to hear what you have to say.
Potato is good. I'm happy with potato.
Okay, potato again. All right. Amy, any final thoughts?
In fairness, potatoes are fantastic. You can boil them, bake them, stick them in a stew, mash them. I just want to continue saying that I don't think that we got convinced today. We heard from Don't Be a Bigot, a lot of cosmological arguments. I stand by that they suck, even though, as some people pointed out, they are the best that the theists got. And so I guess I will agree with that because, deistic argument is always going to be better than guy in the desert told me so. And yeah, atheism does not assert any moral frame rate. And so we are going to have to come up with one on our own.
Wait, did you just say atheism does not assert a moral frame rate? I assert a frame rate of 75 hertz.
Paco was asserting a frame rate for most of this stream, actually.
So would there be a maximal frame rate? Like, would that be possible? Would it be like Planck's length frame rates, where it's like the shortest possible wavelength of light?
Yes, there is a flying, just maximal frame rate out there. The best frame rate that you can
There's
find.
a possible gamer who has a maximal frame rate and
the greatest frame rates.
X, I have a question for you, by the way.
Okay.
So you were going back and forth with him, and he brought up the skepticism argument. I mean, doesn't that not only equally apply to him? Wouldn't his response be something dumb like God revealed it to me?
I could never really get to the bottom of why he was he wanted to say that, like, he just wanted to say intuitions are by phenomenal conservatism more valid than skepticism about intuitions, right? And like that, the whole Morian shift argument about I have two hands was just to support his claim about that. And then when I brought that, well, quasi-realism just grants that we have the intuitions, but says that there's good reasons for us to have the intuitions without requiring that the fact of the matter be literally just the intuitions are in a simplistic way true. It's not saying that the intuitions are completely false, so the objection doesn't run through, right? Like, if quasi-realism grants that the intuitions are partly true, but just says there's like a complicated reason for them seeming partly true, then it's not the kind of skeptical argument that he's trying to say that the you don't have two hands argument is making. Because there's evidence on both sides, so it just kind of depends on which side you think has better evidence.
If I could just add on, the last point I wanted to make is that they seem to be making a lot of nouns into adjectives or treating adjectives like nouns. They seem to think that there is this maximally great thing out there, but great is actually something that we normally describe to something. We say that's a great hot dog. They were playing great. And so they seem to be treating language in the strange way that ultimately they're looking for something that I don't think exists.
Yes. So I think they're using the adjective as if it was a noun because they're saying greatness is a real thing that really exists and there's some actual measure out there of greatness, as if it's like a property of physics, matter, spin, charm. Yes.
One point.
And
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
One thing I noticed that they get stuck on a lot is if I try to ask them, is it possible for there to be two or more maximally powerful or maximally great beings? And somehow there's always something that prevents that from happening, but they can never really identify what the limiting part of reality is, what the limiter is in reality to make that the case. So it seems to be an area that a lot of them don't want to go into.
If they steal one line from Highlander, like there can only be one.
Yeah, exactly. What were you going to say, X?
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, you missed the last caller, I think, T-Jump, but we're rehashing some of it. And one of the reasons that the whole moral realism thing came up was because he wanted to start with, that maximal great making properties exist and God has them because values exist and the maximal values must exist also. And I think I mentioned, that T-Jump is a moral realist, but I think even he wouldn't accept the version of values that he was positing, because your account of moral realism is different than the kind of God account of morality where other extreme moral realists, like, you kind of fit in a different version of moral realism than they do, because you're positing non-coercion. I may be paraphrasing it, but it's a different kind of thing than what they're positing.
You said that we would agree to like a maximal moral thing or something along those lines, which sort of would be true. There has to be some kind of a standard of morality, but I don't think it has to be maximally moral in the sense that it like instantiates all moral truths or something. So like it would have to be all moral facts or something. I do think it would have to embody morality, like it is the core of morality. But so in that sense, I would agree that there has to be like a maximal source of morality. But the way he phrased it sounds like he's saying that there has to be something that like literally instantiates all moral facts at the same time, which wouldn't even qualify for God, because God isn't all moral facts. If he was, he wouldn't have drowned babies.
Yeah, the kinds of moral facts they're talking about, which sort of like covers like all sorts of moral things, goes well outside of the realm of sort of non-coercion that you talk about.
And hey, they weren't just any babies, okay? They were evil babies.
Evil babies.
Because he foresaw them and predestined them to be so. Yeah,
that's right.
He had to drown his own creation.
Saw some Jehovah's Witnesses today on campus for the U of M. I was like, I want to go talk to them and ask, like, so did Jesus drown babies? They're like, no.
See, you're more moral than your God.
Yeah, well, they have some funny answers for father being ordered to kill his own son too.
Didn't do it. It was he took it back at the last second.
Was it God who took it back, or the angels who had free will who took it back, though?
Well, in Yahweh's defense, Yahweh, according to the original story, didn't do it. El did it. El killed his firstborn son, and that was attributed to Yahweh by the Yahwists, who just took El stories and turned them into Yahweh stories. So since there is a continuity of tradition, and Canaanite belief and Yahweh's belief is a subset of that, are continuous, it's just the case that like the original El beliefs would count as like fundamentalism when it comes to any Judeo-Christian belief. Like that's the original belief. Their whole Jesus story of God sacrificing his son is a ripoff of El sacrificing his firstborn son and then commanding the people be circumcised to represent the covenant with his sacrifice on their behalf, which was like a mashed up into the story of Jacob sacrificing his son and the story of Jesus. Like the whole idea of like the sacrificing thing is a repeating motif that's ripped off of El sacrificing his firstborn son.
But it wasn't their God, it was the other God.
I guess they needed that permanent mark with the removed foreskins because they didn't have notaries public back then.
Yeah. If you want to hear about that, we know about this original El belief about El sacrificing his firstborn son and commanding people to be circumcised way before Jacob or Jesus. because of Greeks who translated and read Phoenician texts. Phoenicians was just the Greek word for Canaanites, right? And there is an account of what this earlier El text said that gives this complete cosmogony, the sort of creation of the world by the gods, which includes, El doing all this stuff, which later gets turned into stuff that Yahweh did, along with Yahweh taking El's wife, and then Yahweh's wife disappears. Like, it's just this very gradual sort of mishmash process where beliefs went from many earlier versions to the later versions, which for some reason the later versions are said to be fundamental and original, even though they're not. They're in continuity with their own earlier versions.
Well, that's all very informative. Thank you as always. I'm sorry, I'm a little tired today because I was up last night with an emergency and up a lot later than I needed to be. So thank you, everybody. It's been, I think this has been a good show. The last call was a slower pace than the last guest than we're used to, but it was still quite informative, I think. So I hope everyone's having a good 2024 so far, and special thanks to our audience for tuning in, and our sponsors, the Politics Discord, for making this stage available to us and everybody here, and also the Canadian Atheists at canadianatheists.ca. So if anybody's interested in knowing more about our program, do take a look at our website at www.theisthelpline.com. Take care, everybody. Have a great day.
Bye.
Thanks, Randolph. Thanks, everyone.
GG.
Sending love.
See you in a month.
And all right, everybody. With that, I'm going to send love to you all there. There's the Shillin' McShillerson. But I am going to head out, get my nails did, and also probably go back to grading. But I am sending love out there for all hanging out still. I see working my hands to the bone. I see Fulham. I see Jay and Darren and everybody out there. Top G, Happy Fraud. Sending love. We will see you all in a day or so, and hoping to get more fantastic skeptic content out there. I hope you guys all and girls have a fantastic rest of your Sunday. And I love you all. Keep being skeptical, and I'll see you on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone. The mantra of like, follow, subscribe, like, follow, subscribe. Oh my God, I hear it in my sleep. But I hear sending love more. Woo! Sending love.